for women as our leaders. The men are not all bad or evil. They've just generally done a really poor job at running things. They've been too selfish, too focused on themselves, and too violent. It's really time for another type of leadership, and let's encourage more women to be at the forefront of our opportunities in Haiti. So, welcome everybody. Roots of Development. I should tell you, I'm a board member of Roots of Development, and everyone knows, of course, the indefatigable Chad Bissonnette. Roots of Development is a DC-based organization whose mission it is to support and promote community-led development. Extraordinarily important, community-led development. Roots of Development accompanies local partners as they improve quality of life in their communities and advocates for international aid efforts, center local knowledge, resources, and actions. I didn't speak that very well. We advocate for ground up development because, after all, it's the people who know what the problems are, and it's the people who have the best solutions for the unique problems and issues they confront. The situation in Haiti is unbelievably fraught, dangerous, and saddening for everyone who is of Haitian descent or a friend of Haiti. We're at an incredible juncture in the history of Haiti, and that's why today's conversation is incredibly important. I want to commend you to a couple of newspaper articles. Um, there was a piece on March 12th by Linda Polgreen, where she wrote about a chance for Haiti in Haiti's latest crisis. It's actually an optimistic take on what we might use this crisis to establish. March 12th, New York Times. March 30, 2024, New York Times, written by my friend J.P. Austin. What was it titled? I think it was bold and courageous. You get killed for stuff like this in Haiti. Do not empower the criminals. I think what JP was talking about is that the discussion around now making peace and going forward and figuring out a way to stop the gang violence has necessarily brought the discussion to whether or not to embrace some of the terrorists, criminals, rapists, and murderers in our next government. JP courageously says, absolutely not. They've displayed who they are. And certainly there are Haitians who are of a different order that can do far better. The idea that we should make a deal with the people who seemingly have power, regardless of how illegitimate and violent they got it, is at best short-term focused. Short-term focused on perhaps getting Haiti off of the front page, out of the news, and short-term focused on making sure, to the extent possible, that there aren't Haitians fleeing Haiti on their way to Caribbean countries and to the United States of America. I posit that those short-term goals are not what change in Haiti needs. We've been running on short-term solutions for far too long. What we need is a difficult, medium-term, and long-term solution that may be rough in the initial goings, may be bloody in the initial goings, but at least will augur in the opportunity for new leadership that can go about to establish rule of law and opportunity for Haitians. And I'll end where I started off. God bless the women. Please include women in our leadership. Let me quickly tell you about the panel. Let me first say that we're also teaming up Roots with the Haitian American Foundation for Democracy, a great organization, and the Center for Latin American and Latino Studies here at American University to organize this symposium to gather Haitian leaders and advocates to tackle the key issues regarding the crisis in Haiti. Thank you to each of those organizations, also to American University for lending us this really fabulous space. The three-panel discussion today will explore Haitian solutions to the country's pressing challenges, tackling the key issues of immigration, aid, and insecurity. You'll hear from Haitian leaders, policymakers, and thought leaders, and the panels include prominent figures from academia, civil society, and government. The three partners organizing this event are dedicated to better educating our communities on, and advocating for better policies in Haiti. This symposium capitalizes on our respective networks by drawing prominent figures, both as panelists and attendees, with the aim of lifting up and amplifying Haitian voices and Haitian solutions to effect real change. It is our aim to not only leave attendees more informed of the situation in Haiti, but more ready and able to do their part to make a difference on an individual and institutional level. Next, I would like to introduce Dinah Simon, board chair of the Haitian American Foundation for Democracy. I wish you a wonderful afternoon.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Attorney General Racine, for those remarks. I would like to build upon the Attorney General's observations, particularly the remarks on inclusion by including women, which resonate deeply with the vision and mission of our organization. My name is Dina Simon Leroy, and I am privileged to serve on the board of the Haitian American Foundation for Democracy, commonly known as HAVD. Today marks a significant occasion as we unite in collaboration with Roots of Development and the American University Center for Latin American and Latino Studies to engage in a critical dialogue about Haiti's future. This collaboration is a testament to our shared commitment to advocate for democracy, human rights, economic growth, and inclusivity within the Haitian community and beyond, and to listen to Haitian voices. Convening today is a direct reflection of HAVD's core mission to engage the Haitian American diaspora in promoting policies that foster democracy, human rights, economic development, and inclusion. The urgency of our mission has never been more urgent. Haiti currently faces an unprecedented humanitarian, security, and governance crisis, underscoring the vital importance of the discussion today. Gatherings like today offer us the invaluable opportunity to collaborate and ideate solutions together. Today, we are here to draw upon the insights of distinguished panelists and moderators whose expertise will illuminate the complexities of Haiti's current situation and explore viable pathways towards resolution. I want to extend a warm welcome to our online audience, joining us from across the globe, and especially from Haiti. Thank you. Nous avons. Your engagement and perspective are invaluable to our collective effort to forge a brighter future for Haiti. With a dynamic youth population representing the majority, Haiti is a land of untapped potential and boundless possibilities. In a recent op-ed, our chairman, Jean-Philippe Orston, said, Haitians deserve governance by talented, capable people of integrity and technical skills who have been reluctant and often afraid to participate in public life. On behalf of HAVD, thank you for being here today. Kembe Fem. Merci.
Good afternoon. My name is Franley Julien. I'm an attorney, immigration attorney that is, based in Miami, Florida. Uh, I will be your moderator for the panel, but before we delve into the matter, we have a giant who will be intervening this afternoon through video conference. I'm talking about Ira Kurzban, attorney Ira Kurzban, who is a giant in the field. Mr. Kurzban has contributed and still contributes to shape immigration law and policies. As a human rights advocate, he has touched thousands and thousands of lives, particularly in the Haitian American society. We are delighted to hear from him, to learn from him, and his remark this afternoon will frame the conversation to come. Attorney Kurzban, you have the floor.
Thank you. Um, Unfortunately, I can't get the video on, but if somebody can open up the video, I would appreciate it. And thank you very much. I'm honored to be given the opportunity to provide some brief opening remarks for this remarkable conference. I want to thank American University, the Center for Latin American and Latino Studies, Roots of Development, the Haitian American Foundation for Democracy, and Karen Andre for inviting me and for putting together a thoughtful and exciting conference to address the always perplexing question of the future of Haiti and Haitian refugees. I also want to thank the panelists or the leaders in their field and have come from far and wide to participate here today, especially Congress member Shefflis McCormick, who I know is fighting for the dignity and sovereignty of Haiti and Haitian refugees in Congress every day. Some panelists are old friends and some new, but all are deeply knowledgeable about Haiti and the issues being addressed today. Finally, I want to thank all of you who have come to hear and learn about these important issues that dramatically affect the Haitian diaspora and, most importantly, the people of Haiti. I'm honored to provide some brief insights after 45 years as an attorney for Haitian refugees and as counsel for 13 years for the democratically elected governments in Haiti. I wish to make three what may be unremarkable but important points about Haiti, foreign policy, and immigration to the United States. First, despite Haiti's glorious past, its history is marred not only by internal discord, but also by the continued and unrelenting historical and present interference of foreign governments, principally the United States, France, and Canada, in its internal affairs. As a young lawyer, I was shocked to learn of the psychological operations of our own military and those of other countries on the internal politics of Haiti. Today, I describe those as Malcolm X famously said, the chickens have come home to roost. The very psychological operations used against President Aristide, President Proval, and others are now being played out in our own politics in the United States with a program of disinformation, discord, and dishonesty. They have plagued Haiti and its people, just as the current politics of division and disinformation have plagued our own political system. I'm truly offended when I hear people say Haiti is a failed state, as if there was something inherent in the Haitian people when we know that between the French double debt and the US's refusal to recognize Haiti for over half a century, and then only to take all its gold out of the central bank at the insistence of the predecessor to Citibank, that Haiti's economic failure was foreordained. And the organization of a coup against Haiti's democratically elected president and threats of the same against other presidents has undermined the stability of the Haitian government as an institution capable of leading its citizens. Second, no country aspiring to be democratic can survive without an independent judiciary and the rule of law. Without a strong independent judiciary, there is no accountability. And without accountability and the rule of law, there can never be democracy. And without democracy and a weak central government, there is just, as we see today, chaos. When I represented Haiti, we and Haitian human rights lawyers worked tirelessly to bring the first successful human rights trial in Haiti against the perpetrators of the Rabateau massacre. We began building a partnership between human rights lawyers in Haiti, such as Mario Joseph and the Bureau of International Lawyers, and in the United States through the Institute for Justice and Democracy in Haiti. Without building a respect for the rule of law, for Haiti's efforts to initiate the rule of law, any effort to put together a consensus government in the short or long term will fail. Those who commit crimes and have committed crimes must be brought to justice in Haiti, and any future government must not only ensure democratic elections, but must insist on a new independent judiciary that will bring justice to the Haitian people who have suffered under both undemocratic governments and now gang warfare. Third, the foreign policy of the United States toward Haiti and the immigration policy of the United States toward Haitians are intertwined with the fear of migration. When I am often asked, what is the foreign policy of the United States toward Haiti? I often answer, and not facetiously, quote, the United States does not want Black people jumping on boats and coming to our country, end quote. So when we speak about immigration and Haiti, it is inevitable that we must ask and try to answer the following questions. One, why have we created a ring of Coast Guard cutters around Haiti in the Windward Passage to prevent people from leaving? Two, why did we insist on an interdiction treaty with Duvalier that prevented Haitians from seeking asylum in the United States? Three, why were Haitians the first group of refugees ever taken to Guantanamo? Four, why have we deported, and why do we continue to deport Haitians today when we know and even have acknowledged through the grant of temporary protected status how horrible the conditions have been in Haiti even before the current chaos? As a practicing lawyer, I can tell you that the US immigration system is permeated with racism, particularly against Haitians. The entire idea of incarceration in immigration facilities and private prisons began in the 1970s because the US government believed it would deter Haitians from coming to our country. One of my first cases over 40 years ago was the representation of a 14-year-old Haitian child who was incarcerated alone in a West Palm Beach jail. The same is true of unfair hearings. When William French Smith, who was Ronald Reagan's Attorney General, said that the government was going to interdict persons coming by boat, incarcerate them, and subject them to expedited removal, it was Haitians, as the court noted in John V. Nelson and Haitian Refugee Center versus Civiletti, and Haitians alone who were subject to this treatment. Just as we must end racism generally in the United States, we must end it specifically in our immigration policy. So today, as you analyze these great issues, I wish you the strength and courage to speak clearly and precisely regarding the causes of the present treatment of Haitians in the US and of the plight of the Haitian people in Haiti, who historically fought by our side in our own revolution and civil war, but who the US government contemptuously sends back to a country that all recognizes in chaos. We need to stop deportations and stop physical incarceration of Haitians except upon a showing of danger to the public. We need to redesignate TPS for all Haitians currently present in the United States and enact a new Haitian Adjustment Act that gives benefits to Haitians in the same manner as we've given since 1966 to Cubans. We need to use third country processing for visas and parole programs to allow Haitians eligible for visas and parole to enter the United States. We need to expand the reunification program to allow persons who are immediate relatives of not only US citizens, but lawful permanent residents to enter the United States under the existing parole and reunification programs. We need to expand the Biden parole program to increase the numbers of Haitians coming in, and in the short term, create a separate, expanded Haitian parole program. We also need in-country processing for the Biden parole program and the pre-existing Haitian family reunification program that can be accomplished in cities outside of Port-au-Prince. whether in Cape Haitian or in other locations. Finally, we need a Marshall Plan for Haiti. The Chinese, recognizing the supply chain problems they have had due to COVID, are now building massive factories in Mexico. Why can't we do the same in Haiti as we're trying to do in the Northern Triangle countries? Thank you all. I wish you well on this journey today and hope that we can find solutions to help the people of Haiti and those seeking refuge in our country.
Thank you, Attorney Kurzban, for these brilliant remarks. I'm going to give you a roadmap of our panel. Um, First, I'm going to introduce the panelists. Then we're gonna delve right into it, start the conversation. Throughout the conversation, I'll be constantly on my phone, not out of bad manners, but because I'll be receiving your questions and the questions of those who are following online on WhatsApp. So I'll be on the phone. And at the end, we will be offered closing remarks by Gerlin Joseph. Now, let me introduce to you the two people who are with me on the panel. All right, Leonie Hermantin. She was born in Haiti, grew up in New York City. She has more than 20 years of grassroots community experience in Miami's Haitian community. From 1996 until 2008, she worked in Miami, first as a visiting professor at FIU School of Architecture. She subsequently served as executive director of the Haitian American Foundation, a community agency. She went on to become director of research and strategic planning at the Haitian Neighborhood Center, Saint-La. In 2008, Leonie's site turned to Haiti's rural community, and from 2018 to 2000, there's something there. No, she served as deputy director of the Lambi Fund on Haiti Haitian-led Community Foundation. We're running out of time, so I'm going to shorten a little bit. She holds a Juris Doctorate from the University of California at Berkeley, as well as a master's degree in urban and environmental planning. She has served on multiple boards and currently sits on the Center for Haitian Studies Board of Directors. She's a proud and engaged member of Coral Gables Congregational Church. We have Professor Ernesto Castañeda. Professor Castañeda is the director of the Center for Latin American and Latino Studies, founding director of the Immigration Lab, a graduate program director of the MA in Sociology, Research and Practice. He conducts research on migration, urban issues, health disparities, marginalized population, and social movements. He compares immigrant integration and ethnic political mobilization in the United States and Western Europe. He has extensively written on immigration and other connected issues. We will be visiting some of his writings today during this conversation. As you know, the theme of our discussion is re-examining the impact of Haitian migration. This year, more than ever, this is an election year in the United States, and more than ever, immigration is a hot topic. There's a pollution of the political discourse aiming at scoring political points. As part of this pollution, immigrants are often painted as criminals, they are lazy and they are seen or they are presented as a threat to national security. However, according to the Congressional Budget Office, the non-citizen population significantly younger. Only 7% of the non-citizen population are 65 or older versus 15% of the citizen population. 74% are of working age versus 51% of the citizen population. They are more likely to be healthy, of working age. They are more able to contribute to Social Security and Medicare, and less likely to need those services in the near future. Um, Also, according to the CBO, the immigrant population will be bolstering the US economy by about $7 trillion in the next decade. However, despite all of this, the immigrant population is facing a lot of misperceptions, mischaracterization, as we will see during our discussion. And those mischaracterizations betray more arcane preoccupations and serve as dog whistle for certain groups in our community. One important element that we tend to overlook or ignore when discussing the impact of immigration is its impact on the immigrants and immigrant community themselves. We will try to shed some light on this during our discussion, and we're going to start immediately delving into this. And I'm going to direct my attention to you, Leonie. Leonie works with a lot of immigrants on a daily basis. And I would like you to start by telling us about your interactions at Saint-La with the immigrant population and how you helping them.
Good afternoon, bonsoir. I work at the Haitian Neighborhood Center Saint-La. It's a social service agency. It's about 23 years old in Miami, founded by Haitians, whose mission is to empower, strengthen, and uplift South Florida's Haitian community. We have been, at the vanguard, I don't know how to say it, but we've been present at different waves of crisis in Haiti, addressing issues that happen in Haiti but impact the community in South Florida. And I must confess that I was basically dragged here because coming from the state of Florida, it's not prudent to talk about impact, particularly when it may have the information may be weaponized against the community that you serve. And so if I'm being very careful about the words that are used, you must understand the climate under which we operate in South Florida. The migration, migration from Haiti is not something that's new. South Florida was built by migration by boat. We just commemorated the 50th anniversary of the landing of the first boatload of refugees who arrived by sea, and whose numbers and whose children have changed the landscape in South Florida, landscape for Haitians and landscape in general. We have populated, activated entire neighborhoods, created now political strongholds. You have City of North Miami, City of North Miami Beach, that are totally controlled by Haitians. And that is the result of a migration that but for the support of people like Ira Kurzban, would have been disastrous. But so it's a community that was born out of struggle for constitutional rights, the right to be considered refugees, to be treated as refugees. And so that's where we stand as a community. It's a community that has always been in battle. The current wave of migration is somewhat different than its predecessors, in that we have migrants coming from the border and we have humanitarian parole migrants. Uh, those are all to some extent documented, right? That's friendly.
Absolutely.
It's not a group of people who can be labeled as undocumented because they're all coming in with documents. Tenuous, perhaps, doesn't, of course, does not guarantee long-term stay in the U.S., but they're all documented. And so that has changed. That has changed the narrative a little bit because they can't talk about undocumented. But it's still a group that needs to be convinced that they're not undocumented because in their mindset, the way that they look at the world and the way in which they approach the resources that are available to them, it's still in the mindset that you're not entitled to this because you're not really documented. So that's one thing that we have to address. The impact of migration on this community has been one that is been that has affected us internally. It hasn't been a demand on the system perhaps per se, but it's been a tremendous impact on the community itself. We're talking about housing issues. We're talking about South Florida has been having the highest, if you look at the demographic profile of the community and compare it nationally in terms of wage earners, we are at the lowest levels of wage earners. Where we are the majority of those who live in the enclaves occupy service sector jobs, which are usually the lowest paid, which commensurate sometimes with educational levels of the community. So we're talking about communities that are already living under economic duress, particularly post-COVID when the housing market has just been on fire, rental costs are high. And so you're talking about the inflationary spikes where food costs are higher, and this is the time when the pressures, the population pressures, demographic pressures are increasing. So if I have a one-bedroom apartment that I share with my mom, my kids, suddenly, because of the humanitarian parole program, I have 3 more people that move in. It has an impact not just on the fact that the landlord is looking at me now and perhaps wants to evict me, but on my children who have to give up their bedrooms or give up the space because some people that they don't know are coming in and changing the whole family dynamics. And so as a social service agency dealing with mental health issues and counseling issues, we've seen a spike in the needs for children to deal with what that means to suddenly be overwhelmed by folks that you don't know who are coming into your space. I think that we can talk about the impact in general, but for us, the housing crisis has been the major impact. We've seen a lot of an increase in homelessness now because after 2 or 3 weeks of staying in some homes, people are asked to leave because they can't deal with the overcrowded. You have people sleeping in kitchens, in bathrooms. You have people asked to stay outside and come in at 10 o'clock with children. And so the impact on the housing has been a major impact for our families. Information has been another major impact. When people come in, they don't have access to credible information at all times. If they can find their way to us, we connect them to resources. But otherwise, they have to rely on the experts on WhatsApp, on YouTube, on the notarios, the folks who make money and it's okay to make money if you give the right information. Because you have folks who are not qualified for TPS, they come in and somebody, knowing that they don't qualify, applies for them anyway at a cost. And so that's access to the lack of information is a major issue that also impacts the community.
Thank you, Leo. Professor Castañeda, I'd like you to draw the comparative approach for us. Leonie just described the Haitian migrant experience. Is that similar to those community you work with, you study?
Sure. Thank you, Friendly, for the introduction and for the question. And let me welcome everyone to American University. Can you hear me fine now? Yes, thank you. So welcome to American University, everyone, in the name of the Center for Latin American and Latino Studies and Immigration Lab. It's a pleasure to partner with Chad and Company on the event. Let me see if it's on. That's better. Let me check this one.
You hear me okay now? Yes. All right. Let me start again. Thank you, Franley. Welcome everyone to American University. On behalf of the Center for Latin American and Latino Studies, it's great having you here. I was saying that it's a pleasure to partner with Roots for Development and the Haitian American Foundation and have this important discussion today. All right, so answering your question, yes, a lot of the issues that Leone brings are very important for the national discussion and are similar to other groups. So let me start with talking a little bit about the past, the situation we're in, and then a little bit into the future to put this in perspective. But I'll be brief. In the United States, we have, as Ara was mentioning, we have the issues of racism and all that coloring this discussion. But for a long time, America has become dependent, addicted to cheap labor from the global south, which for many decades, Mexico was providing. After the Chinese Exclusion Act, there was a heavy recruitment of people from Mexico to come and do labor in the US, which Mexicans did until around 2008, when there were a number of changes in Mexico and the US, including the big recession, that basically leveled off Mexican migration. People still come from Mexico, but more of them return, are sent back, retire, or die, or become legalized. So that population of undocumented migrants that we have in the US, many of you that remember hearing this 10, 11 million, we've been hearing it since 2000, right? 2001, and it hasn't increased. So the fear is over exaggerated. We don't have a blooming undocumented population, partly because of the innovation of new legal pathways, and also because this is a fluctuating population and there's a lot of people going back that don't make it into the news. When we get back in the airport and we go back home, maybe our parents decide to stay, that doesn't make the news, but that happens all the time. So the Mexican population is important to keep in the background because it was something that was happening, that a lot of industries, agriculture in the West and many other places were depending on that labor that after the end of the Bracero program was undocumented, which became then something that was moralized, and then you could say that they were breaking the law and all these things, although it's civil law, not criminal law. But it was now looking back, for American society and American corporations, it was an efficient, if I can say so, a cheap way to have this labor because we didn't have to worry about housing them, about providing any money for their rival, for them to settle. They will find housing and work through their networks, right? The family that they already knew that were established here. So it was a very cheap, efficient way for the community to take care of themselves and provide this labor under the table. And they wouldn't be, they'll be paying taxes, but they wouldn't get back the benefits from Social Security, etc. We got used as a society to that invisible population that we knew it was there. The politicians will attack around elections like we see now, that's not new, but they were less visible in a way. And then people would assume that every person that was Latino was undocumented, which has never been the case, but that was the issue. Mexican migration stabilizes, becomes net zero around 2008. Then we see the increase in people coming from Central America. We have this book coming out from the center, Reunited, where we talk about how a lot of the unaccompanied migrant crisis, so-called, that we saw in 2014 and 15, and we keep seeing, but sometimes makes it bigger headlines in the news. That was because we have people coming to DC, for example, LA and other places, from Central America, following the US interventions and the civil wars in Central America in the 80s. So we had the grandparents, the parents establishing here. And then around 2014, a lot of these minors came of age and they wanted to reunify with their family members here. And lacking a legal avenue to do so through legal channels, they were traveling unaccompanied, although many of them were coming with trusted adults, with a guide, with somebody from their town, etc. Central America, it's a small region geographically and population-wise, right? So Central America cannot satisfy the needs of the United States forever. And we are seeing a leveling of Central American migration already. for multiple reasons, but one of them is populational. So the US needs another source of labor, right? So that's why now we have people coming from South America and other parts. The Caribbean has always been the case, and other parts of the world. And as Franley was saying, on this report from the CBO, we have another report from the center where we show that just the people that send remittances, including Haitians, from the US to the rest of the world, we calculate that from those remittances that are very well calculated and they're underestimated because some people bring cash in hand when you travel, etc. From that, we can calculate that at least $2.2 trillion were contributed to the economy by migrants remitting in 2022 alone, which is 8% of GDP. So we have done also this math, and we estimate more than the 7.7 trillion that the CBO. We think it's over $22 trillion that the immigrants are going to contribute to the economy. So because, as Franley was saying, the US is getting older. We're having American families of all types, of all colors, are having less kids than two of a couple, whatever gender. We're seeing that the population is going to decline in America if we don't have more immigrants. And without population growth, we're going to have no economic growth. So the US society needs immigration to continue living in not pandemic levels. We saw what happens when the economy contracts in the pandemic. It was very painful in many ways. Politicians paid for no economic growth. So if America wants to continue the system that we have, we can debate what is the best or not. But in order to continue the system that we have in terms of consumption, et cetera, and growth, we need immigration. Another point, in December of 2022, it was said that the border was out of control, that there were 10,000 people arriving just in that month. So we just do the math, and then we say, okay, 10,000 people times 365 days a year, that would be 3.6 million people. A lot of people were freaking out in the news because they think it's a very high number. But what percentage is that of the US population? It's only 1%, right? So we are talking about really, really small numbers, really, really exceptions to the rule. There are a lot of terrible stories behind the individuals migrating. But for the US economy, which is the number one in the world, and a population of 365 million people, even 3.5 million people all around the territory, also some go to Alaska, some may end up to Hawaii, etc. It's a drop in the bucket. Not only that, but without that growth, there'll be no population growth. So migration is good, and there's no crisis in terms of numbers or in terms of if they were not coming, they will have an economic crisis, right? But then you say, well, that's the rational way, right? That's what the CBO is saying. We shouldn't freak out. And with the data, we tell the students, and they can have a cool view towards migration. But still, it's in the headlines, right? It's in the news. So you can ask me, why is migration right now the number one concern in the surveys, in the polls? Gallup and others, I just came out with those results recently. One of the reasons is that it's in the menu of questions. One of the Quinnipiac Washington Post that's been reported all over, they give you 10 answers of what's the main reason. The economy is one, it's gone down, which is a big accomplishment of the Biden administration. Abortion is really low, which is suspicious. And crime is also very low. Migration is the highest. But it's the highest amongst Republicans, it's very low amongst Democrats, and independents is also. And it's still, in the Gallup poll that just came out, it's less than 33% of the electorate that is very worried about migration. So it's a number one issue, but it's a minority. 30% is a lot of people, but it's a minority. And I think it overlaps a lot with the Trump base. So a lot of times when we talk about migration in the media and the things, it's a dog whistle, as we have been saying, for anti-Blackness, for xenophobia, for defining America as white, Christian. So again, we have the immigration means a lot of things for different people. It's a code word in other ways. But what it also does mean, migration happens all the time, right? Some of you came to study, stayed, some of you marry internationally. A lot of people always come and go, and it's small numbers. Most people want to stay home. Only 3.5% of people abroad live in a country different than the one of their birth. And that's what most people want to do. There's always crazy people that want to do something different. And one of them, and that's fine, will always happen. But migration also tells you that something may be going on in other places, right? So the biggest places where we had migration in the recent years, Vietnam, Iraq, Afghanistan, you see the connection, right? And right now, Ukrainians came with open door, which was good. And we have people coming from Central America or issues like Haiti, right? So people are coming because they're escaping persecution, political instability, gangs, very similar to Central America. So in that case, Haiti is not unique. We see crisis-affected countries around the world where elites, people that were in government, highly educated people, activists, journalists, have to escape in order to preserve their lives. So in that sense, Haiti is an example of a rule that happens throughout the time. So then the question is what the world does about it. Pretend that the door is closed, we don't want immigrants, and we send them back, or actually letting them in. And you probably remember that crisis they were saying in the media when Haitians were getting grouped under a bridge in the border in Texas. And that was a big issue. And then the Biden administration said that they want to have a new pathway so that Haitians could come through other manners, right, by airplane and other ways, so they wouldn't be the scandal of the cameras filming them in the media, which is what looks bad, and they make people think they have a political cost for people in power, in office. So now we have, as Ira Kurzban was talking about, we have Anne Leone, we have the TPS initially related to climate change and catastrophes. We have humanitarian parole, which is a creative use that the Biden administration has expanded, something that has been in the law for a long time, but now it has applied it to Haitians, Cubans, Nicaraguans, and Venezuelans. And it has benefited those populations, so they have to face less risk crossing Mexico, crossing the Darien, and they can come in a more in a legal way. So that's a great thing that we have to push for more of that. We don't know enough, so that's why it's great that Leon is here telling us what's happening in the ground, because we don't know the positives and the negatives in the lives of the immigrants. So at the center, the Immigration Lab, we're doing a study of people with the parole program, recent arrivals. So if you happen to know people from Haiti that live in the Washington, right now limited is a pilot study to the DMV, Washington, Maryland, Northern Virginia. If you know people from Haiti that have come here under the parole that we can interview anonymously, talk to me and the staff back there, because we would love to interview them and we will pay them for their time so we can know the cases of what's happening besides learning from the experts here in the room. So to kind of finish, it's a documented population, but in the media, they portray like all these people coming from Haiti, Venezuela, Nicaragua, Peru. Oh, they are coming literally, legally, as well as, for example, Central Americans coming to the border asking for asylum. That's by definition legal. They are turning themselves in, very different from the Mexican populations that the system was to pass undetected. Now people are turning in so they can have a hope at an asylum case that may take 10 years while they can be here legally. So that's what the media, a lot of people haven't made that transition, that to be coming from another country through the border doesn't mean illegality right away. Even the immigrants internalize this stigma of being escaping in a crisis and asking for refuge in America. So we have to do events like this to remind people that it's something that we have seen in history, that we can help others. And the issue also that is very damaging, polluting the political debate about this, is the issue of seeing people in the streets, right? So Mexicans will come undetected, they'll find, or Bolivians or others, they'll get a job and they will integrate themselves in the economy. Ukrainians have done it, Afghans have done it. But now we have a lot of people coming from South America and the Caribbean that have been told there's such shelter for you, we can give you support, and they get a little money, like we did for many decades with Cubans. But the infrastructures of our nonprofit sector in the US cities is very weak. We cannot help all the poor people in American cities because there's not enough investment to that. So now when we have an increase in populations, like Leonie was talking about, with more Haitians and other immigrants in Haiti, there's not the budget of the infrastructure so that they can help more people or hire more staff to do the great work that they are doing. That is a problem of the U.S. weak welfare state. It's a problem of infrastructure that we had before the pandemic, but but Trump made even weaker, destroying a lot of the things that work well in the refugee system. So what maybe we can propose is to create a refugee-like infrastructure where people come, are given housing and food for a certain amount of time, like New York City, many cities are doing, but that is a federal budget line that doesn't come through the local budget, which is something that is becoming a political problem. And to finish, the future is going to be different, because all these people that are in the streets right now, they want to get a job, they want to send remittances, they want to get their families together. They're going to find a place to rent eventually, because all of us are facing this housing insecurity. It's not caused by the immigrants, it's not unique to immigrants, it's a problem right now for all Americans. But who's going to build that future housing that we need to build? Immigrant labor, right? So we need immigrants to build more housing so everybody has more accessible housing. So all the issues that are a crisis right now in terms of migration are going to be solved. We're going to talk about the rest of the day. What is the real issue and why people care is that fixing Haiti, fixing Ukraine, fixing Afghanistan. Those are big issues that are really, really the main issue, and immigration is just one of the symptoms, but it's not the big concern that we should spend all our energies about. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Definitely a lot to ponder on. I'm gonna get back to you in a minute. We're gonna revisit your great book, The Misperceptions. But before that, I'd like to go to Leonie and ask you whether, in your opinion, there's a need for social cultural integration. We know that oftentimes immigration coincides with social downward mobility. You have physicians who are working as dishwashers. You have nurses who are working as HHA. Do you think we have enough resources when these people come to help them get back to the level socially they were in their country of origin?
No. It's an important question, and something that when we critique this humanitarian parole program, we say that it was done without our input, right? It happened, we heard about it, and then like 10 days later, they were dropping busloads of people to us to help with X, Y, and Z. And so the process of finding solutions is one that was just ad hoc, it happened along the way. And so for us, having a program that included accurate information and integration, because when when they arrive, 3 people in a house, the head of household is too busy working, too busy taking care of things to actually sit them down and give information about, if you need to go to school, this is what you need to do. You need to cross the street at the light. You cannot cross in the middle. You cannot do certain things on the street. You can't relieve yourself on the street. You're going to get in trouble. So that is absolutely needed. I mean, we have pilot programs of integration that proved extremely helpful. People needed to know, if you grab somebody's phone, you could go to jail for that, which had some of our people in shock. We serve about 500 families of new immigrants. And so we have a weekly program called Potekole and Tikoze, where they have conversations with different, we talk about domestic violence, child abuse, workplace ethic, how do you conduct yourself in a workplace? How do you dress? We have all of these things, but it really needs to be scaled up. It really needs to be scaled up and use communication avenues that people listen to and trusted messengers, because that needs to be scaled up so that people don't make mistakes. Like I told you, I get clients walking, actually just got a text from one, walking it with court papers, because they come in and they want to get married. They want to sort of stabilize themselves, and they get into relationships. And then suddenly the other person is slapping restraining orders. So we get restraining orders of, please do not invade my TikTok live. Do not attack. So again, that's an education, because you don't want to have a restraining order on your record. So that cultural integration is really critical. And that's, we say that had we been talked to prior to having this humanitarian parole program, had we as social service agencies, and we've SUTLA just convened a national meeting of social Haitian serving agencies, we would have been able to think of ways that would assist the newcomers at all levels, so that the doctor knows what to do, the nurse knows what to do when they come in with their degrees, because sometimes they're very depressed, and that's a mental health issue, because when they come in, we've had doctors who had to leave Haiti like within a day. Their homes, they're in Mille Ballet, and they hear, the gangs came and said, "You're next." They couldn't even go back home. This is how bad it is. They couldn't even go home. They had to go from Mille Ballet straight to the airport and leave. And they come, and there's no welcoming structure. There's nothing that says, okay, you were a doctor, but you cannot be a doctor immediately, but these are the steps that you can take. And so there's an absolute need for that type of structure that's available to some degree. I know that Cuban doctors have a structure. There's an organization for Cuban doctors so that they understand what they need to do to become doctors in the U.S. I don't know that we do have an association of Haitian doctors. We do have Haitian Nurses Association. I know that they've come up with guides. I know that the Haitian American Nurses Association has come up with guides, but the trick is, what is the communication mechanism to reach that population? And that's still a challenge for us.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to remind you that you can use the QR code on your brochure to ask questions. We already have a question, but before we get to it, I'm going to ask Professor Castañeda. It's about your one of your most recent books, the misperceptions. What are the most common misperceptions that are affecting the immigrant community, and how do you debunk them in your book? Also, I would like to know whether there's any studies you are aware of that measure the impact of migration on the contributing countries, the famous brain drain.
Thank you, Franly. Thank you. So yes, in that book we talk about immigration realities, challenging misperceptions about migration. So a common one is the rhetoric that immigrants produce crime or are criminals. And there's decades of research, scientific, social science research, a lot of evidence, FBI numbers and everything point to the opposite. For in the cities that immigrants go to, immigration crime tends to go down. There's also a lot of numbers. Texas has very good statistics, and it shows that the foreign-born are less likely to commit crimes than the local-born, U.S.-born. And then also they show year after year that the undocumented people that are captured for doing a crime do it at much lower rates than people that have immigration papers. So immigrants commit less crimes than the natives, and undocumented immigrants are less likely to commit crimes. You think about it, it makes sense because they have the more to lose in terms of deportation, and they're coming here to start a new life, to support families and all that. They're coming to work, not to commit crime. So there's a lot of evidence for that. That's one chapter. Another one that is important for the audience to know, the public to know, is that the border, the U.S.-Mexico border region on the U.S. side, it's very safe. It's one of the safest regions in the country. It's only dangerous for people trying to cross the desert. And if you're an immigrant, if you're a minor or a woman migrating, then it's very dangerous. But if you're a white citizen, it's one of the safest places in the world. Other one that we find a lot of evidence for is that walls do not work in any case. And we see right now, even you see the images, right, of people in the middle of the wall, sitting next to the wall, in the doors of the wall, asking for Border Patrol to come and get them. And if anything, now there's in parts of Texas, there's a snafus between state authorities and federal authorities about who immigrants want to reach the federal authorities to ask for asylum. So the border wall can be circumvented in many ways. It's a waste of resources. It's a symbol of exclusion, but it's a waste of money. Tons of evidence across the world, across time. Immigrants want to learn the local language. It may take generations, but by the third generation, the native language is most often gone, and the grandchildren of the immigrants are very fluent, in this case, in English, right? So that's, again, nothing. And also, if we hear people in supermarkets speaking in another language, Creole, Spanish, whatever it may be, it's not that they don't want to learn the language. They may be perfectly bilingual, and they choose to do so, which is a great thing to be able to do. Or they may not have time to learn the language, right? So we have staff at AU that work here, clean our offices and all that. They work many hours, sometimes many jobs, many shifts. They have no time to go and learn English. It's not that they don't want to, there's no structure, but the children know English. Another one is that, for example, very anti-immigrant rhetoric doesn't always work. An example that we use in the book is Brexit. It became a reality. What happened to migration to England? It has gone up. Less from Europe, but from the rest of the world, it has actually skyrocketed. And we predicted that while we were writing the book. So in a way, I am right now playing with the hypothesis that immigration policies and rhetoric is not about keeping immigrants out. We need them. It's about keeping the racial order within European and American societies of like, you're Latino, stay in your place. You're Black, stay in your place, don't ask for equal rights. I think that's what we are seeing. We can change that. It's not all the country, but I think that's where migration is not about the newcomer, it's about the status of the immigrants, but also of their descendants. I think that's, and again, Brexit is a good example of that. And related to your question, Franly, is that remittances, again, they are important, but they are important mainly for the U.S. Because just label, we did a calculation, and around only 4% of the economic production or the economic output that an immigrant produces goes back to the country of origin. So it's a lot of money from El Salvador, for a lot of countries in the Caribbean. It's a big percentage of the economy. But what it means is that most of the nurses, the doctors that are working abroad, they're bringing the benefit to the other countries. So it's a boom for the rich countries. It's a way that Haiti, Mexico, Salvador, etc., we subsidize very rich countries, right? So it's a big benefit for the countries where they move to. And even though the countries of origin receive some of the remittances, it's not enough to by itself produce development. It's a big debate in the field, but it's rarely the case that it detonates economic productivity because there's not a lot of workers left to do the work. So it produces a lot of more internal migration. It's not necessarily bad, but it's, for example, towns I started in southern Mexico, the immigrants come work in New York City, and then they send money, their families build houses, but there's nobody to build. So then there's indigenous people further south from the mountains coming to these small towns to do the building. So there's like a network of migration, which is, but then also what remittances mean is that there's family separated. Which has a big implication emotionally, mental health, well-being of people, but also in terms of development, right? It's very expensive to have two houses, especially in two countries. So if you have to pay rent in Miami, in the Bronx, and you also have to pay rent in Port-au-Prince or in San Salvador, it's double the income, right? So it also means that you cannot see your family. In the case of people without papers, it can be 10, 12 years that the family is separated. Then in the good cases, when the immigrants reunite, let's say in Washington, D.C., they'd be like, oh, it's nice meeting you, mom. Biologically, you're my mom, but I saw my grandmother as my mother figure, and I haven't lived with you for 12 years. So it's we call it a family of strangers, right? They have to rebuild this. We have successful stories, but schools, nonprofits can play a big role in this immigrant integration. So what we want to say is that remittances are not like foreign aid. A lot of people, in the World Bank, et cetera, they have these graphs where they compare foreign direct investment, international aid, and remittances, that they put them in the same graph, they are the same. But they are not putting the checks that people working in America use to support their wife or their spouse and their children, right? Or sometimes people are saying the remittances are like charity, but no, supporting a household. So it should be accounted like that. And in terms of the brain drain, it's tricky because immigrants also learn a lot abroad. And the ones that come back bring a lot of knowledge. And again, people should be free to move for career reasons, or they want to practice their profession elsewhere. They should be able to do so. And it's not that they are betraying or giving hope on their country. They may be required for that. And again, they are representing in the community here, and they are benefiting the global society with their musical and other venues. So it's not that a state should try to stop people from migrating. It also never works, but it's creating enough opportunities so people can stay, and that both countries of reception are sending can create policies so people can go back and forth and see where they can help the most.
Thank you. And I think Leonie wants
Yeah,
to add
I just want to say that while, it's only 4% that goes back in terms of remittances, I don't want to minimize the cost and the impact that it has on communities, particularly low-wage communities where people make tremendous sacrifices that impacts their children, that impacts wealth-building opportunities for them. I know that we saw that, just comparing the Cuban community, when we looked at Cubans who came in the 60s and Cubans who came later, the Marielitos, for example, their trajectory in terms of wealth building was much different because the Marielitos were sending money back home. And so it is small compared, but it is done at a tremendous sacrifice for the communities that especially low-wage communities that have to send. Even $100 a month is a lot of money if you make $15 an hour.
Absolutely.
So just wanted to make that point.
Yes.
It's not much for the host country, it's a lot for the receiving country,
Yes.
right?
And it's a lot for the people sending it.
Absolutely.
Mhm.
Now we're gonna open the floor to the audience's questions. We have a question for all of you, both of you, as advocates. What's your call to action for allies to better support Haitian migrants and asylum seekers?
Well, I think that you need to recognize that the support that they need doesn't require an incredible injection of funding, right? It's about reinforcing the capacity of organizations, agencies that are providing services to provide more services or more efficiently. Because with the new migrants, what the first thing that they need, we know, are work permits, access to food stamps, public benefits. That's it. And so if you can fortify existing organizations to provide that kind of support, if you can raise the consciousness that the understanding that it's about helping people find jobs, because unlike the earlier waves of migration, you have people who can get their work permits, except that it costs $520 if they don't have the food if they don't apply for public benefits. So, it's finding resources, assisting folks in finding jobs so that they don't even have to get the food stamps. We have families who are now, on their path to success because they were able to access services. It's about educating the allies that we're not a burden. It's about educating allies that we're not getting jobs from them. It's about educating allies that that we are not causing the housing crisis, because sometimes you have traditional allies, particularly those who live with whom we share this geography of discrimination, low jobs, etc. It's a little difficult to ask these allies to be sensitive to our issues because they're like, dude, we're dealing with the housing crisis as well. We're dealing with employment issues. We're dealing with inflation. Why do you want me to be sensitive to what's happening to, Haitians coming in? And so I think that for our allies, it's really important to understand why people are coming and why they need the support. And we also need to understand that our communities have always been first responders, whether it's in Haiti and whether it's here. The system helps us, but we have been our first responders. I mean, it's amazing to see how churches have stepped up, how organizations have stepped up. We have in South Florida, we have professional organizations, we have women's organizations, the Clay Sisterhood here, who have come up to be supportive, to provide support when it's needed. So I think that we also need to understand that our community has been at the forefront of helping our new migrants. And so, yes, we need the system to assist with bringing information and access to resources, but we also need to recognize that the community, so when you talk about a housing program, why don't support folks who are already providing shelter? Because if I'm living in a house where I have to pay $1,500 a month, maybe I could get $500 instead of sending somebody to live somewhere else. Help me support that family. So I think that we need to recognize that we have a community that has put its comfort on the line to bring refugees, and let's call them what they are, refugees escaping a nightmare from Haiti.
Absolutely. And Leo, I'm gonna ask you if we could answer the next set of questions in 1 minute. Is that
Oh,
possible?
I'm a Haitian woman. I don't do 1 minute.
Let's try. Let's try. Let's try. Okay, question for you, Leo. 1 minute. How can we use the academic institutions to support the integration of Haitians through internships by students and allied healthcare professionals?
Well, the issue is language.
Or is the answer in the question?
Let's have a program that teaches people how to speak English really quickly. Let's have an intensive language program somewhere for free. Let's have that because language is really important. Is that a minute already? Come on.
She's working on that here. That's why.
So yeah, so let's have something like that because they need to work, they need to learn the language, as you say, and for many of our people, you can get the HHA, you can get the security guard license. If you don't speak the language, you're not gonna get the job unless you speak Spanish, of course.
That is true.
So you can go sit, and that breaks my heart sometimes. You spend money, you sit through all these programs, but they would have been better spent learning how to speak English and having spaces where they can practice it. Because when you go learn how to speak English somewhere and you have no space to practice it, it's lave monsieur. It's really, you're learning it, but you don't have the opportunity to practice. So yeah, the institutions need to understand those realities and provide, whether it's online, we also blessed with a community that is very well connected to the internet. So they love TikTok Live. So find some opportunities to get people to learn intensely how to speak English, and that's really going to help open doors of opportunity.
Thank you. Professor Castaneda. Beside the politic aspect, is the continuous waves is the continuous wave of immigration from Latin America a sign of an insufficient transfer of knowledge, technology, and investment to this region comparatively to South Asia?
The short answer is yes. There was something very particular, right? We had a lot of people were celebrating the signature of NAFTA in '94. Obviously, the Zapatistas disagreed, and but what really happened, it wasn't that, it was the China entering into the World Trade Organization, and there was a real investment of resources and transfer of knowledge and tools and development that we saw in Asia, particularly in China, that indeed affected a lot of the white middle class in America. There has been this deindustrialization in the U.S., which is true. Unfortunately, in the theories that we teach at university, a lot of social theories talk about globalization as economic globalization and migration being the same phenomenon. But migration is independent of economic globalization, and it precedes that. So we have to decouple them. But a lot of Trump voters, they think that if they lost a job, it was because of an immigrant. It wasn't because of an immigrant, but it was because American corporations invested a lot of money abroad. So we can do that in a smarter way so that we can invest in places that have better policies, better protection of human rights, etc. So the short answer is that because of the pandemic and all that, and geopolitics, the investment in China has been going down, which is something that was hard to do. But with the pandemic, Trump and Biden have started decoupling a little bit the U.S. and Chinese economy. So there's been opportunities now for what some people in Washington call friendshoring or nearshoring, which opens opportunities for Mexico, though Mexico now doesn't have the workers. They need immigration to be able to fulfill that promise. But Central America and the Caribbean are places where we can do more smart investment to create development. But that's going to need real resources coming from the global north. So yeah, I think that's a good question.
Thank you, sir. Question for Leonie. Your remarks about the overcrowding in Miami were almost identical to remarks I heard this October in rural Haiti from Haitians. their city family is fleeing to them if they don't get the Biden or have means to pay to live. My question is, can we discuss how to stop this? The UN and Haitians pointed finger at the source. The gangs are different today from gangs before because they are armed. The UN asked the state of Florida, US Coast Guard, to curtail illegal gun running. Guns are legal in the state of Florida, but the Second Amendment does not provide for arming a militia or gangs in a foreign land. What, if anything, are Haitian leaders and American attorneys in Miami doing to curtail the sale of arms to Haiti? In 1 minute.
Pass, you know.
Well, it's a good question. It's a hard
It's
problem.
a good question.
But
If you
very
want to
quick, but there's
answer.
a good example that not that it's going to work, but the Mexican government has sued the U.S. government for particularly that reason.
Yes.
So maybe other countries like Haiti can add to that and say it's happening in many countries that, yeah, the arms got that way. And again, another big issue is the issue of drugs, right? That the gangs, a lot of the impunity and all of the problems with governance and violence in Latin America is connected to the drug trade. That has to change legally here.
But I think that for us, it's to continue to be vocal about the need for the U.S. government to use its existing technology. I mean, this stuff is right there at the port of Miami. It's not rocket science. You know, you can, you know, and they are beginning to, I think there was some interdiction yesterday or today because they know who these people are. And so, you know, so it's definitely something that can be done. And it's interesting to hear that there is overcrowding in rural community. We know that it happened also after the earthquake. We know that after the earthquake, I worked at the time for the Lambi Fund of Haiti, and we knew that there was huge outmigration from Port-au-Prince to rural communities, which placed an incredible burden on rural communities to feed the populations and deal with that massive increase in population. So thank you for reminding us that rural communities are being severely, you know, because, you know, people say, Port-au-Prince is not Haiti. Things are going well in the rest of Haiti. And you're just pointing out that there is an impact to what's happening in Port-au-Prince on the rest of Haiti.
All right. I think this is a brilliant way to end an interesting discussion. I'm going to ask for a round of applause for our panelists as they regain their seats. Now we have Gerlin Joseph, who will be appearing via Zoom as well for closing remarks. Gerlin Joseph is a leading human rights advocate, thought leader, and strategist. She's the founder and executive director of the Haitian Bridge Alliance. The number of distinctions she has received during the last couple years are too numerous to cite. Yeah, I think everybody here, if you're interested in what's happening in immigration law and policies, you know about Gerlin, and it is a great pleasure to listen to her in the closing remarks.
Thank you so much, Friendly. I want to say honneur respect, and coming to you straight from the US-Mexico border here in San Diego. I really wish I could have been with you in person, but unfortunately it didn't work out. But I am honored to join you via Zoom. And I want to say thank you so much to Havdi, to American University, and the Roots of Development for allowing me to share a few words. And I want to say thank you so much to the amazing Ira for his leadership, for his service on behalf of all immigrants, but specifically the Haitian community. Thank you for this powerful conversation with Leonie, my sister in the fight, and to Professor Castadena for his brilliant interventions. Again, as Friendly mentioned, here at the Haitian Bridge Alliance, we are the only Black-led, the only Haitian women-led organization that is at the US-Mexico border, from Tapachula, where people enter from Guatemala to Mexico, all the way to California, and really highlighting and supporting the plight of people of African descent. And what we say is we went to the border for the Haitians in 2015, and we realized there were people from all over the world. And we also clearly saw the fact that the narratives, the representation for people of African descent, for Black immigrants, for Haitian immigrants at the US-Mexico border were non-existent. So we said that we went for the Haitians and we stayed for everyone. In Mexico, we provide outreach and education in addition to heavy humanitarian support. And here in the US, we center in legal services, deportation defense, organizing, advocacy, heavy policy to change the way that immigration works, the view of immigrants, and what is currently happening at the US-Mexico border and in the interior of the US. With that being said, I want to really go back to a few things that were mentioned from Ira's remarks, and also things that were discussed during the panel. We want to highlight that currently, US government is planning and looking into expanding and sending, or should I say, resending Haitians to Guantanamo, which is unacceptable. And we are coming together to say no to that. Last week, we launched the campaign for TPS, for redesignation and extension. And we want to say thank you to the over 500 organizations who have been able to join us in this fight, and will continue to push. But we really need to address the root causes of Haitian migration, the root causes of displacement in Haiti that creates a new wave of people fleeing to what we say, chercher la vie, détruire la vie, looking for life, losing lives, and destroying lives at the same time. It is imperative that we, as Haitian Americans, friends of Haiti, allies, co-conspirators, look strongly and speak highly and with strength and with unity, and asking the United States to really center humanity, to really center lives as we are looking into policies when it comes to immigrants, migrants, refugees, asylum seekers. And we are asking the same treatments that have been given to the Ukrainians as we, the Haitian Bridge Alliance, were the first on the ground to receive them too, to be an example, not an exception, but an example of how we can welcome people with dignity. And to address the root causes of displacement, to listen to the people of Haiti, in Haiti, who every day have to flee, fight, stay. And one thing I want to highlight from Professor Castadena is the fact that immigration, migration is a human right. We should choose to be able to stay, to move. We should be able to thrive at home or in our adopted communities. We also need to clearly understand that immigration is a racial justice issue. Immigration is a civil right issue. Immigration is a Black issue. We have to understand, as Ira mentioned, that the current immigration prison system was built and created for Haitians. We have to remember the plight of Haitian refugees in the 1970s, the 1980s. We have to understand the false narratives that nearly destroy the Haitian American community. When US governments and policymakers doomed that Haitian refugees were not only carriers of AIDS and HIV, but we brought it to the world. We cannot forget, and we cannot allow these narratives to continue and be repeated, as we see currently in states like Texas, and specifically in the heart of the Haitian community in Florida, when we have governors and elected officials continue to use those false narratives, those demonizing narratives to characterize and really create those false sentiments, not only within the Haitian community, but immigrants at large. We stand undeterred, strengthened, hopeful, and we are asking for us to harness our collective power, highlighting that Haitians has always been an integral part of these United States of America, of these United States of ours. We can go back to Jean-Baptiste Point du Sable, who is the founding father of Chicago. We can look into the great Edwidge Danticat, who is really leading in that field. We can look at the fact that currently we have over 80 locally and federally elected officials of Haitian descent. It is critical that we look into moving into this year of election to harness the voting bloc that the Haitian American hold as immigrants, as a part of Black immigrants, and as a part of the larger immigrant community. We have to make sure that whomever is coming and asking for the support that is needed to put them in position of power in office, that they can no longer take our communities for granted. It is imperative that we push for legal pathways so people don't have to make the risk of walking on foot 5, 6, 7 months to go to the Darien where they die, they get killed, they don't survive. This past week alone, we buried 3 babies in Reynosa at the US-Mexico border. Yesterday, I had to stop for a minute when they called me and told me a 22-year-old woman was kidnapped in Mexico. Because right before that, I received a call from a young man who told me he was kidnapped and raped in Mexico, which really centered that when it comes for Black migrants, when it comes for Haitian being displaced, there is no safe space for us. There is no safe space for them. So as we usher into this new day, and we are at the cusp of what seems to be continued disaster in our homeland, we must come together. We must be united. We must strengthen our strength with our allies and co-conspirators. We must center and flip the narratives and be our full selves in this space that can be an adoptive space. We are pushing for TPS redesignation and extension. We are pushing for a complete stop of deportation to Haiti by land, by sea, or by air. The narrative, or we are not deporting Haitians to Port-au-Prince, cannot continue to be this unexcusable excuse. We cannot and must not allow those false narratives to continue. So as we continue to push through, we are looking into ways that we can strengthen our efforts to provide safe pathways for Haitians and other people seeking safety. We must remember that Haiti continues to be the cradle of freedom and liberation for all people. And we have to remember that Haiti was not always a sending country, but a receiving country, where wherever in the world, where you are and needing a space for safety and freedom and protection, Haiti was that place. So I really think that as we continue to move forward and we continue to win for people seeking safety, we must push for the addressing of the root causes of migration, specifically of Haitian migration. We must highlight that Haiti and its people and her people, because we do believe Haiti is a woman through and through, a femme canson, a femme potomita, that will continue to be a beacon of hope, of freedom, and liberation. I remember the words of Thomas Jefferson when he came back as the first ambassador to Haiti, and he was making his report, and he said his heart was broken because he realized that the world will never accept Haiti because of her Blackness. And what was even more painful is that the United States might never forgive even God for allowing Haiti to be Black. So as we look into the concept of immigration, of migration, of forced displacement, and we look into the US foreign policies towards Haiti, the international community, it is due time that they become true friends of Haiti and support strong, durable infrastructure in Haiti, so that when a 15-year-old boy is approached and offered $5 to join a gang, they have other options, because that will no longer be a part of the reality. To rebuild a strong infrastructure, to build the economy, to reinvest in the agriculture, in the education sector, in higher education, in healthcare, in infrastructure outside of Port-au-Prince. So again, I want to say thank you for having me join today. And I am hopeful that on this day, or in this room full of Haitians, Haitian Americans, friends of Haiti, American Haitians, allies, co-conspirators, that we are ushering a new dawn where together we can create a new reality, a new narrative, and will support on the ground so people can be free, liberated, so they can not just survive, but thrive at home. And if they do choose to move, they can do so freely, and they can thrive in their respective and adopted places. As we say here in the Haitian community, en pile main chay palou. And we strongly believe together, putting our hands, my hand, your hand, we can usher and move forward for Haiti, for its people, and for the world. Because when Haiti thrives, when Haiti truly thrives, the world thrives as well. Merci en pile. Thank you so much for having me.
Whether you all need that or perhaps people you know who may be connecting online, we are live streaming the event and it is in both English and in Creole. You can choose the channel that you want to participate in, and there's ongoing Creole translation happening. My name is Chad Bissonette. I am the president of Roots of Development, one of the hosting organizations here. I'm grateful for the partnership with HAVD and with Klaus here at American University. I am here joined by a few board members. We heard from the former Attorney General Karl Racine earlier, who opened the event. I also am joined by Francois Bauer, another board member there. Brenda Honeycutt, Dr. Gina Guillaume-Joseph. Rudy Brioche will be joining us later this evening. And hopefully I'm not missing anybody. Roots of Development is a nonprofit organization based here in Washington, D.C., whose mission is to support and promote community-led development. Roots of Development accompanies local partners as they improve quality of life in their communities. We also advocate for international aid efforts to center local knowledge, resources, and actions. Roots of Development has been working in Haiti for over 15 years. The upcoming panel is titled Local Power and International Aid. International aid encompassing humanitarian relief, assistance, economic development initiatives exerts a profound influence on Haiti and significantly shapes the lives of its citizens. This influence extends to both ameliorating, did I hit that? Improving problems, challenges, crises, and at times contributing to their emergence. And so we decided to bring together a diverse set of experts to better understand the reality and identify best practices. What is happening on the ground that we can learn from? What are international institutions doing to become more effective and to more appropriately and sustainably respond where they can help? What are the changes that are taking place and still needed? Haiti cannot afford repeat mistakes. It cannot afford to return to the status quo. Local knowledge and experience cannot be disregarded. For any hope of sustainability and lasting transformation, all decisions regarding aid must revolve around Haitian ideas, resources, and solutions. Simple, but we're not there yet. And so we need to discuss best practices, be knowledgeable of successes happening on the ground to replicate. We need to hear what is being asked for and what changes need to be made to the systems and structures that we, many of us in this room, are a part of. As the Attorney General mentioned this morning, it is our aim to not only inform you on the situation on the ground in Haiti, but to help you play your part in making a sustainable difference on an individual and an institutional level. And so it is my honor to introduce the moderator of today's panel, Dr. Scott Freeman of American University, and the other panelists on the panel, Local Power and International Aid. A little note on your program, you can read full bios of both these panelists and all the panelists throughout the day. That is also by scanning a QR code. There's also a QR code there to submit questions for the question and answer portion of the panel. So without further ado, Scott. Without further ado, Jessica.
Hi, everyone. I'm Jessica. It's really lovely to be here with all of you today. It's an honor, and I thank all the organizers for putting this fantastic symposium together. So in the last few years, there have been many conversations, articles, presentations on past military interventions and peacekeeping missions in Haiti, their impacts, their role in creating the present in Haiti. And while these conversations, can you hear me? Okay. While these conversations and debates have been happening, the international community continues to intervene in Haiti on a daily basis in peaceful ways. And this is through the delivery of international aid, which is both development and humanitarian aid. So I'm going to provide a little historical context, a really brief one, before getting into recent debates around aid. So in many ways, foreign assistance and military assistance have walked hand in hand since the end of World War II. We had the Marshall Plan, which inspired the creation of international institutions like the IMF, the World Bank, the UN, and a lot of different NGOs. Then that moved into the Truman Doctrine, then the implementation of foreign assistance into policy, leading to the formation of USAID in 1961 under the Foreign Assistance Act. The post-World War II, early Cold War era is really what brought into play the modern concept of international aid, largely driven by the United States. So that's a very general background of aid in its current form. So fast forward, so around the year 2000, with multiple global crises and urgency of climate change, elevated humanitarian needs, increasingly complex political situations globally, the current system of international aid really was put to the test and questioned. So there's been criticism of its roots, its rationale, its operations, resulting in calls for fundamental change to address colonial and imperial legacies, as well as racism, and of course, impact and effectiveness. In Haiti, the first NGOs stepped foot on the island in 1954. The exact date was around October 12th. Charlie. I'm being told 2 minutes. Left. In 1954, I'm only like 20. Yeah. Okay. So, thank you, Leonie. So, was after Hurricane Hazel, which hit on October 12th, 1954, and it was actually referred to at the time as 12 Octobre. The NGOs that showed up at the time were CARE International and Catholic Relief Services and the Red Cross. CARE International and Catholic Relief Services were NGOs that were formed in the early 1940s to the mid-1940s and were created to provide support and services to survivors and victims in Europe. Since that time, NGOs have flooded into Haiti, and by the 1990s, Haiti became commonly referred to as the Republic of NGOs. And Clinton at some point estimated about somewhere between 3,000 and 10,000 NGOs, which is the second most per capita in the world of NGOs. So the response to 12 Janvier has been widely recognized by academics, filmmakers, journalists, and even aid practitioners as having sidelined Haitians completely. And that's not just communities and organizations, but even the Haitian state. And this is despite the global conversations happening around aid, such as the Paris Declaration on Aid Effectiveness in 2004, the Accra Action Agenda in 2008, and then after 2010, there continued to be conversations by the Saphir Project to create minimum standards. And then in 2015, we had the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction, and that same year, the Charter for Change. And then in 2016, the World Humanitarian Summit, which was held in Istanbul, Turkey, birthed what was called the Grand Bargain. And the Grand Bargain is really what brought the term localization to front and center. There's not really a singular definition of localization, but signatories were committing to, quote unquote, making principled humanitarian action as local as possible and as international as necessary, end quote. So the discourse around localization is broad. USAID, which Sarah will talk about a little bit more, applies the term localization to both humanitarian and development actions, and has timelines for achieving particular localization objectives. In Haiti, there's a cadre of organizations called CLIO. There's about 80 international organizations and national organizations within this coalition. And in 2021, they issued a report called Localization, Words to Action. And what they found in this report was that not everyone equally mastered localization. And when discussing it, no one could actually agree on its implementation or what it really meant. Other UN agencies have committed to localization around local procurement, increased cash transfers. There are other terms that have come into play to attempt to localize, including accountability to affected persons, communication with communities. These efforts have been evaluated by groups after the 2016 Hurricane Matthew, and after the 2021 earthquake, and the summary was they had fallen short. Still others do not identify with the term localization, still other groups and organizations, and others believe it is only paying lip service to addressing deep-rooted issues shaped by long-standing imperial and colonial legacies. And others continue to demand that there be a shift in power and decolonize aid. Overall, what we can say is that there's little consensus of localization practices and effective aid practices in general amongst international NGOs and agencies. Development and humanitarian actors continue to be largely siloed in their actions despite global efforts to link humanitarian, development, and peace-building efforts, which is commonly known as the triple nexus. Of course, there are some groups that have been much more effective than others. For many of these global discussions and commitments, the primary and most important stakeholder, continue to be sidelined. And that is the communities impacted by crisis or disaster. They were not present when the commitments around localization were made or the charters were written. But there's certainly a consensus in communities in Haiti, from the rural to the urban, as to their general experience of international aid and what works better and what does not when it comes to outside interventions. I'm looking at Charlie for minutes. Thank you, Charlie. What I think we can all agree on is that the first and last responders, and Leonie was saying this before too, are always from the community itself in the case of earthquakes, hurricanes, etc., and also conflict. And they are also best suited to understand their own development needs and to build the futures they envision. But these actions are rarely foregrounded in the dominant narratives or cited as primary actors, as in humanitarian or development actions. So in Haiti, there also have been many collective practices and mutual aid that exist that have shaped action within society, such as Combi, which we will talk about a little bit more, Lacu, Rassemblage, Sol, and many others. And there are proverbs that exist as forms of collective governance and living, such as voisin c'est famille, which is your neighbor is your family. In addition, there are social leaders and socially engaged groups all across the country, all across the country that are rarely recognized by international NGOs and agencies, but could use a little support that have a real impact in their communities. That could have a real impact in their communities, I'm sorry. So for today's panel, we have a really diverse group of people speaking today. But I think what I can safely say is that most Haitians will say that outside support is needed right now, and Haiti needs real friends as it moves through this very layered crisis and moves towards peace and justice. But that Haitians must be leading. I think it is necessary to disrupt this binary that exists, that local is good and international is bad for this conversation. I think what we'll hear today from the diverse participants in this panel are further discussions around what solidarity might look like in this moment and what shifts are necessary for Haitians to lead, more specifically creating space for those most impacted by violence or disaster, as well as those most marginalized. So I will hand it off to Jake Johnston.
Hello, everybody. Yeah, I'm Jake Johnston. I have been asked to talk about the long-term effects of aid, and I will just jump right into it because I have very limited time. And so I'll pick up a little bit on what Jess was saying and giving that sort of broad historical context of aid and break it down a little bit more in terms of how aid actually gets to Haiti and some of the differences between those and what the effects of that has been. And so I would break it into largely three buckets. One being bilateral aid. So this is generally from a governmental agency, USAID, obviously the biggest, but every country or most big industrialized countries have something similar, the EU, France, et cetera. And then there are multilateral agencies, IMF, World Bank, Inter-American Development Bank, UN. That's a different bucket. And then finally, sort of the private world, which is sort of anything from a small local NGO or church group to big international organizations that are active all over the world. And each works a little differently. And instead of sort of going too much into each one of them specifically, I'm just going to sort of give a little history. Jess is talking about the first NGO in 1954. And when you look at the history of aid in Haiti, it has steadily increased, even in real terms, adjusted for inflation, every single decade from the 1950s until today. Each decade it goes up, and it's getting steeper and steeper and steeper. So how did this start? Why was it happening? And how does that contributed to the effect that we see on the ground today? And so when aid really started picking up in Haiti, it was late 70s, early 80s. This is the Duvalier dictatorship. And we see today the sort of outsourcing of the state, and I'll come back to this, but I think we have to understand that at the time, that was the explicit goal of these aid programs. Was the dictatorship had no interest in providing social services. This was causing issues for the US at home. And so the NGOization, the funneling of money to these entities, was meant to replace public services that are traditionally provided by the state. And that is the origin of the NGO world in Haiti, and it has continued to be so today. But I think we do have to understand the roots of that, right? So then we move to the 80s and to the 90s, and this was a few broader dynamics. And one was the changes in global economic policy, right? This was a time of the deepening of neoliberalism, market reforms, and things like this. And this is where the multilateral institutions, and specifically the development banks, became extraordinarily influential with Haiti. And so less around provision of public services and more about shaping the actual economy of Haiti, right? And so the money was provided to Haiti, but with conditions. And those conditions had certain implications for Haiti, which was deepening Haiti's sort of involvement and role in the global economic order, and sort of contributed to privatization of industries, to lowering of tariffs and things like this, where aid was used to shape the economy of Haiti. Now, this obviously was not a success from a developmental perspective, and that's not unique to Haiti. The 80s and 90s were basically two lost decades for Latin America and the Caribbean, and for developing countries worldwide. The neoliberalist Washington consensus was not successful on those terms, but it also had longer term effects. So if the previous decades sort of hollowed out public services and had them in private hands, these economic changes furthered that, right? This was privatizing the state, weakening the state, reducing the role of the state in the economy, and elevating the private sector. These are sort of building on each other as this time progresses. And then we get to the 2000s, and aid reaches a totally new and unprecedented level in Haiti. And this really begins in 2004, after the coup and the arrival of the United Nations and the core group, and this sort of broader structure of control. And so adjusted for inflation, just since 2000 in official development assistance, and so this is not the entire picture, right? This is an underestimate of how much money is actually getting to Haiti, but over $20 billion in official development assistance to Haiti since the year 2000. This is big, big money. And so here's where we get to sort of what I've called the consolidation of the aid state in Haiti. And I think to pick up something that Jess was talking about was these silos, right? And I think this is such an important part of the story because, you know, we all sort of want to work in these little individual spaces and have success in those individual areas. And what we often then lose sight of is the bigger picture and the broader and longer term effects that all of these shorter term interventions have. And I think the reality is that it's that long-term effect that is actually making those little siloed projects unsuccessful in the first place, right? Or allowing them not to become sustainable over the long term. And so until we can sort of bridge those silos, bring it all together and understand how that is actually contributing to this overall picture, we're going to keep repeating this cycle. And so I just want to talk about sort of the three major long-term effects that I see from all of this assistance over the years in Haiti. And the first one is something I touched on earlier, this outsourcing of the state, where today, you know, public services, health, education, things like this are overwhelmingly in the hands of non-state actors. And even often in the case where there are local institutions, it's funding streams from foreign actors that are perpetuating, that are contributing to it, right? And so, you know, I think this is important, one, because it's, you know, you want to have public services that are provided by the public, but there's also a deeper impact of this, which is that it disconnects the population from the state and the population from these services. And those external actors, well-intentioned or not, are ultimately not accountable to the populations they're serving. And so for the population, they can't hold their government accountable for the services they may or may not be getting because it's not their government that's providing those services, right? It's an external actor who's accountable to somebody here in Washington or elsewhere. And that not only has an impact in terms of again, that relationship, but what it means for trust in government and the ability of a government to have legitimacy over time, right? And we'll come back to that in a little bit. And all of these effects are interrelated, right? These aren't distinct things. These all sort of happen together. The next thing is that aid has deepened an economic model that has not worked for Haiti. And this is back to the dynamics of the 80s and the 90s and the structural adjustment programs, right? And I think it's continued to this day, is the imposition of an economic development program on Haiti that is not what makes sense for Haiti and never really has, right? And in so many ways, Haiti has resisted that global economic order for so long, and there has been constant attempts to impose that order on Haiti, right? And that hasn't worked. It makes sense that it hasn't worked, right? And yet it continues to happen. But this also has similar implications because it is, again, based on elevating private actors over the state, right? And so once again, we're deepening these dynamics, this barrier, these gaps between the state and the population that have existed for so long. These policies have been contributing to it, hardening those barriers, right? Not breaking them down. And finally, I think sort of what that all contributes to in the end, right, is the erosion of democracy. Because when we get back to this concept of delinking public services from the state, of that lack of accountability, of reducing the state's role in the economy, what you're doing is like eliminating the state as an entity that the population interacts with in any way, right? And again, this is a dynamic that's existed in Haiti for a long time. The point is not that aid created that dynamic, right? It's that it's reinforced it and perpetuated it over the last number of decades. And at the heart of that, right, is a broken social contract that does not exist, and that I think is, you know, really at the root of so much of what we're seeing here today in Haiti, right? And so, you know, I think we talk about these things, $20 billion, you know, it's a lot of money. And the first question a lot of people ask is, like, despite all of that money, how could Haiti be in the situation today, right? And I think that's sort of flipped, right? I mean, the reality is Haiti is today because of the $20 billion as much as despite it, right? And we have to understand that, because we have to understand the way these things play out over the longer term and what that means. And so we talk about eroding democracy, eroding faith in democracy. Like, this isn't, you know, a theory. Like, we've seen this play out, where you've seen participation in elections greatly reduced, right? The last election, 18% turnout. I just was looking this up the other day. It's kind of fascinating. There's only one president in Haiti's history who ever received 1 million votes in an election, right? And that was in 1990. Okay, the population's increased a little bit by then, but nobody's ever done it since, except for that president who did it again in 2000, right? But that's pretty astonishing, right? That's kind of insane. And just to close, because I'm probably already over 5 minutes, because these things happen inherently, right? So Jess is talking about this localization things and the sort of awareness around the need to change the way aid works. And often the response is, well, it's really hard to do because Haiti lacks capacity, or because Haiti needs to do this, or there's too much corruption in Haiti. And, you know, Haiti doesn't have a monopoly on corruption. We've institutionalized it very well here. Our aid industry is a pretty good example of that. And we need to understand that we built these systems over many decades to respond to very many things. And most of them have nothing to do with other countries than our own, right, than the US. And so it's as much about political interests here, economic interests here, and that's what's motivating what consolidates these systems that actually interact, that bridge Haiti to the US, that are the channels for this aid getting to Haiti. And so this isn't about Haiti changing. This is about the world changing itself and its policies so that it actually can help in Haiti. And the last thing is, you know, it's not just that these systems happen. There also is intention behind some of this, right? And so we have to understand too that aid is overtly political, right? And that's not a conspiracy. This is not a wild thing. It is. Like, you can look at the flows of aid, and if there's a government the US supports, aid's going to go up. If there's a government the US doesn't support, it's going to go down. This is just what we see actually happen. And so aid can be used to pick political winners and losers in Haiti. And once again, just like all these other dynamics I was talking about, that feeds into the very same dynamic, right? And so what you've seen over time is that aid, regardless of what the intention is or what the hope is, who has actually benefited from it, what institutions have been strengthened from it, and it's precisely the actors and institutions that have prevented change in Haiti for a very long time. And those institutions, those individuals are getting strengthened through these programs. And so it's not just the democracy, but you're also making it all that much harder for groups in Haiti to actually be fighting for the change that they want to see happen through these policies and external interference in aid programs that we've seen. So yeah, 5 minutes, well, close. We'll call it there. All good. Stop.
All right, thanks to Jake and Jessica, and thanks also to the institutions that are helping support this and the volunteers that are making this possible today. I have the very easy job of just letting these wonderful people on the panel give their thoughts and perspectives, and we're going to try and develop a conversation here, and so we'll keep the responses relatively short so that we can have that kind of exchange that we're hoping to foster today. So I want to take the context that Jake and Jessica painted for us, and then also add this moment of political and this dire moment of political and economic crisis in Haiti as the sort of landscape that this conversation is occurring in. And with that, I want to start with our colleagues from Haiti and start with a question for them, which is, in this context of an aid system that has not necessarily borne the fruit that we have hoped for in Haiti, and in a moment of economic and political stress, what does sort of a community-led development look like on the ground in the case of the work that you're doing? So Roby, we can start with you and your picture, and then we'll sort of move to Castin.
Thank you very much. Thank you all. It's a pleasure to be here. In the meantime, it's a little bit sad. It's sad to still have these conversations like that about Haiti. But it's a right thing to do at the moment too. Someone tell me a story about someone was crossing a river, and he sees like 2 babies in the river, and he jumped to the river, tried to save 2 babies, actually saved 1, and there's 1 die. And he sees 10 babies and 20 babies, and he keeps saving like the one that he can. But at the end, the river was full with babies because he didn't have time to reflect, or even look up to see who's throwing babies in the river. I think it's time today to, what is the policies behind Haiti? Why Haiti is like that? According to Jess talk, and Jack, thank you very much for your points too. This year we are celebrating how commemorating 70 years of international aid in Haiti. 70. And we see the numbers, over 20 billion. That means the solution is not money. The solution is solidarity, and real solidarity. So, of course, these days it's very hard, and it's only because it's in the news now. every week over, I don't know, thousands of articles and about Haiti, and everybody's talking about Haiti. But what we are seeing in the news, it's been around for more than 5 years now, the way it is now. It's only because Ariel Henry can't get to the country, that's why everybody's talking about it right now. But it's been hard for, it's 2 years since we can't take a car in Port-au-Prince to go to Gonaïve. We can't take a car in Port-au-Prince to go to Kai. It's been 2 years since 2 departments of our 10 departments locked. Gang control 90% of our capital. So it's pretty hard. And now what is the problem? I grew up in Cité Soleil. They describe Cité Soleil as the biggest slum or marginalized place in Haiti. I see it. I can see it. I saw when it started. No one did anything. It was only Cité Soleil 10 years ago, 15 years ago. It was Cité Soleil, a little bit of Bel Air, a little bit of Matissan, and they talk a little bit of Decao in Gonaïve. But that's it. It was, we can't control it. We could control it at this time, but no one did anything. They help us elected bad politicians. They help us make bad choices. And as you said, as President Clinton said maybe 10 years ago, of 10 to 15,000 NGOs. And if you go to the Ministry of Planification in Haiti, you ask how many NGOs in the country, no one can give you this number. Because Haiti is a country, you can take your suitcase and go there and do your thing. So I'm glad we having this conversation, and we couldn't have that in Port-au-Prince for the moment because the gang closing our universities, they burning our hospitals. Yesterday, they burned the National Library. And it's something happening every day like that. So the community, all the community in Haiti, they are affected by it, not only Port-au-Prince. Because we used to have 2 million people living in the Port-au-Prince metropolitan region less than 10 years ago. Now the numbers is about 3 million. And we have 3 million people kidnapped in Port-au-Prince. They can't leave Port-au-Prince. There's some numbers now, there is about maybe 50,000 now trying to leave Port-au-Prince. And distress coming from Port-au-Prince now go outside to the rest of the country. Now, who's trying to leave? We don't know the identity. Maybe the rest of the country soon maybe will be affected by gang violence because we don't know who's leaving Port-au-Prince to go to the rest of the country. So it's very hard. It's very hard. And my work in Lagonav and my colleagues who are working in Lagonav, for these days, even money, there's no bank, there's no money. People are suffering.
So what would this is an important set of like contextual details of like what's going on in Port-au-Prince, the extent of the political crisis and how much that affects sort of just daily life, right? It might be a good opportunity to hear from Gaspard, who's got the perspective from the north, right? And doing work in the countryside in the north. What does community-led development look like for you and your organization at this moment?
Merci en pile.
Thank you very much.
C'est une opportunité après-midi pour nous réfléchir sur développement en Haïti.
Thank you very much. This afternoon, it's a good opportunity for me to talk about the community development in Haiti.
Même si c'est un moment qui est extrêmement difficile dans l'histoire Haïti à connaître.
even if it's a difficult moment in the history of Haiti that we are living now.
Mais moi dis l'opportunité puisque nous avons réfléchi pour transformer moment difficile ça en opportunité pour Haïti.
But I say it's an opportunity because we are taking advantage of this opportunity to talk about that precisely.
Et Jean des intervenants qui te gagnent Jake avec Jessica tap font historicité sur ONG en Haïti.
The way the previous speakers were talking about the role of the NGOs in Haiti.
Avant de répondre à une question, et modérateur, permettez-moi de mettre dans le contexte historique question de développement dans le pays.
And before I answer the question of the moderator, let me give you a brief history of the situation.
Pour nous comprendre le développement communautaire, Jean-Jacques Sot parlé,
So that you can understand
faut que nous gardions un série de points historiques que m'a pas ajouté.
in order to understand the community development, I have to give you some historical points so that you can understand the concept.
Il faut que nous gardions dans période coloniale sous pays.
You have to look at the colonial period in the country.
Période après l'indépendance, comment répartition, moyen production yo, et rapport social, rapport production fait dans le pays.
After independence, the development of the colonial development and what happened in the way the whole situation was developing.
Il faut que nous gardions dette indépendance que pays en lui-même il était payé.
And you have to look at the debt of independence, what happened and how it had to pay for it.
Il faut que nous gardions première occupation américaine.
We have to look at the first American occupation.
Il faut que nous gardions politique néolibérale qui appliquée en Haïti pendant les années 60 jusqu'à 80.
We have to look at the neo-colonial policy that was applied in the 60s.
Il faut que nous gardions mode gouvernance, corruption et impunité qui est dans le pays.
And we have to look at the kind of corruption, the governance of corruption that was going on in the country.
Jean, collègue nous sont parlé là, pour nous garder question qui ensemble impact, conséquence, toute action ça a gagné sur migration interne, externe et jodian, nous venons connaître migration, ça nous relève exode rural dans le premier temps, pendant la période d'occupation américaine, monde déplacé.
The way we have to look at the impact of this situation on the migration and how all that developed.
Et qu'on y a, nous apprenons exode urbain, côté gang yo a opéré dans ville yo, on doit quitter ville yo pour aller.
And we have to look at the urban exodus created by the gang situation and how the people are leaving the capital.
Pour qui ça me garde dans aspect ça, c'est parce que pendant la période d'occupation américaine, yo accaparé tes paysans yo et paysans ont quitté toute et ville province tout en dehors pour rentrer vers la ville. Jean collègue là se dit côté nous gagnons, je dis te gagnons près de 4 millions de monde qui vivent dans la ville là parce que tous services sociaux de base yo tout concentrés en dans ville là.
The reason I look it from this perspective is that we have to understand that during the occupation period, the people left, the occupiers took the lands from the peasants, and those peasants migrated toward the capital, the city.
Et qu'on y a, nous connaissons exode urbain, côté capital là, gang yo prend tout le monde en otage, moun yo absorti dans ville province, aller dans Amérique latine, dans Caraïbes. Et toute destination, c'est pour venir soit États-Unis, Amérique du Nord, soit États-Unis, soit Canada, ou bien Mexique.
And now the people are leaving, the urban population are leaving and going back either to their provinces or to other countries. They come here or to Latin America, Canada, etc.
Ça fait gagner en pile monde a écrit sur ça qui a passé en Haïti.
That's why a lot of people are writing now about what happened in Haiti.
Et ils ont plus capitalisé sur Port-au-Prince.
and they put more emphasis on Port-au-Prince.
Mais approche moyen, c'est pour nous dire, c'est pas Port-au-Prince, pas Haïti tout entière.
But my approach is I want to emphasize that Port-au-Prince is not the whole country.
Gagnant de communautés côté Mounio a expérimenté de nouvelles approches de développement qui pour développer autonomie.
There are places in Haiti where the people are applying new developmental approach to their economy.
Et il fait mise en cause sur des actions parce qu'il y a deux courants de développement. Seul modèle, c'est modèle gros pays tant que États-Unis, Canada. Depuis parler de développement en Haïti, on y voit ces modèles de développement ça.
And when people hear about development, they are looking at the development model in those big countries.
Pendant ce temps, communauté yo gagne des expériences que yo a fait, gagne pile monde qui pas compte qui ça qu'a fait dans communauté yo.
Yeah, because they are two type of development, and meanwhile the people are working and people do not know exactly what they are doing.
Si me prend comme exemple, Caracol gagne un méga projet qui fait là.
For example, in Caracol, which is in the north, there are some experimental development that are taking place.
Après 12 janvier, yo dit faut que yo créer emploi pour améliorer conditions vie monde dans communauté yo.
And after January 12, they said that the January 12 was the earthquake. They said that they have to implement a new development approaches.
Yo exproprié plus passer 400 familles sur 250 hectares terre très fertile que yo tapé.
They expropriated more than
250 hectares.
They expropriated 250 acres of land.
En 2011.
In 2011.
Et ça pas prend un peu de temps, conditions de vie moun yo dégradées.
And it didn't take long for the living conditions of the people deteriorated considerably.
Et moun sa ou vinn pour mise en cause de projet.
And those people put emphasis on the projects.
Et yo même y a développé pour modèle projet qui adapté par rapport à la vie yo.
And they decided to come with new mode of development that are adapted to their living conditions.
Parce que vous constatez qu'il y a un paradoxe entre quantité d'argent qui a investi et par rapport au résultat qui gagne sur terrain.
Because they realize that there is a difference between the amount of people of money that is being invested and what they are experiencing.
Même institution qui finance gros l'argent tant que Banque mondiale, tant que BID, USAID, et là ils fait de rapports pour garder rapport toujours montrer zone côté qui gagne pile l'argent qui investit yo, niveau pauvreté a soit arrêté stable ou bien puis aggravé.
Because they realize that when you look at even where those huge institutions, the big institutions like the World Bank, a study showed that where that money had been invested, studies showed that the level of poverty either remained the same or increased.
Nous pensons que yo capable de bonne foi, mais ça qui constat que nous fait, eh bien modèle approche de développement ça pas bon pour communauté parce que communauté vient plus mal.
And we think that even if they acted in good faith, but the fact is this model of development is not good for the community.
Et comme il y a de l'autre question qui pourra le poser, nous sommes capables de s'approfondir pour montrer l'expérience qu'a faite dans de communautés.
And since there probably will be some other questions to be asked later, we can look at more in details at what is going on in those communities.
All right, excellent. Thank you so much. And so Roby and Castin have given us this really detailed perspective of both Port-au-Prince and the urban space, as well as understanding the dynamics of aid in the countryside. Let's turn now to Sarah and Gunjan to think about that level of international aid and partnership. At the first questions for Sarah, and so how is USAID right now reacting to and reforming in order to think through some of the historical issues that have been brought up in the opening remarks, but also by Castan and Wobie. What does sort of localization aspire to do?
Thank you so much. And thank you very much for the opportunity to, did I just turn that off? Can you hear me? I might have just turned that off. I'm sorry. Thank you very much for the opportunity to join this conversation today. It's such an important conversation. And I want to thank Roby and Castan for sharing, the challenges that Haiti is facing today, as well as, the very complex roots of those challenges as well. It's an important opportunity to have this discussion. So I also want to thank Jessica for her opening. I think that you hit the nail on the head when you talked about the word localization and how it's not a consistent term. It's also not a perfect term. But at USAID, when we talk about localization, we talk about this as an effort, as a series of actions and reforms that we as an agency are undertaking to make the work that we do more locally led, to respond to local priorities, and to really think about strengthening local systems. For those of you who circulate in the aid world, you hear a lot of talk around capacity strengthening. Localization is an effort of capacity strengthening for USAID to be able to do its work in a way that is more locally led, with the goal to really strive towards having a situation in which we can help support and enable locally led development. And that means just when the people and the communities that our work seeks to help are those that are setting the agenda, they're bringing their capacities, their resources to bear to make that agenda a reality, proposing solutions to do so. So this is important, right? We think that when local actors are able to lead and control goals, processes, et cetera, the work that we as a funding partner can do is more likely to be sustained. It's more likely to be effective. It's more likely to be owned. It's also a more equitable and inclusive approach. And I think this is really interesting because, again, as Jessica pointed out, this is not a new conversation. We have been talking about country ownership, localization for a very long time, rooting back in many ways to the Paris Declaration, as Jessica highlighted back in 2004. But we do see a change right now in how we're having this conversation. And I attribute a lot of that change to this growing global recognition that it is not just about aid effectiveness, which is how the Paris Declaration was framed, but it is about a need to really grapple with some of the ways that the aid system has been set up that have made it inequitable and inaccessible for the people and communities that aid purportedly is trying to help for such a long time. So that's a really important shift in how we're talking and thinking about that. And it's an important addition to the imperative of why this is so important. So at USAID 2 years ago, USAID Administrator Samantha Power really recommitted USAID to localization, to being more locally led in its work. And it set out, or USAID has set out, 2 important targets that we're working towards. The first is the goal of channeling 1/4 of our funding directly to local partners by 2025. It's a very ambitious target. The second goal is to make sure that at least half, really more, of our programming is locally led. That means that it creates the space and it enables local actors to exercise agency and decision-making power over things like priority setting, activity design, implementation, and how we seek to define and measure results. So we're making progress towards these goals, right? So in 2022, this is our last year of data so far. We have more data coming out in a couple weeks. We had $1.6 billion going directly to local actors. That's 10% of our funding, but we have a lot more to do and a long way to go. I'm really excited that we have started tracking approaches that USAID uses to be able to really elevate local leadership of our programming. And this really is putting more emphasis on how we do things like co-create programs, how we have listening tours, how we have participatory monitoring, evaluation, and learning processes to make sure that we're integrating local voices in our work. But targets alone don't get you there, right? So we have to make a number of steps as well in order to reduce barriers to access, to help staff understand how to work in more locally led ways in a better way. But again, we have a long way to go. And so I just want to underscore that, we come to this conversation with a lot of humility. Listening is so central to this localization reform effort. And so we are here to listen and learn as we go. But I know I'm short on time. I don't want to take up too much time, but I just wanted to talk just very briefly about what does this mean for Haiti. Haiti has a very rich and diverse history of civil society engagement, and this is a real opportunity in many ways, of course, for the country itself, but also in the way that a funding partner like USAID can engage. In many cases, I think as folks have pointed out, civil society provides a lot of really important services, right? In some cases in place of and where government, may have provided those services in the past. Just a couple of years ago, USAID's mission in Haiti established the Resilience and New Partners Engagement Unit. And this unit is really focused squarely on thinking about how to increase our engagement and our efforts with Haitian organizations to ensure that we have their voice in the work that we do and to think about how we can expand partnerships with those organizations as well. And we're seeing this taking shape, right? USAID is really committed to increasing local partnerships in Haiti. Right now, about 17% of USAID in Haiti's implementing partners are Haitian. In the health sector, more than half of the implementing partners are Haitian organizations. We also 17%. So there's scope to improve from there as well. USAID indirectly funds a lot of Haitian organizations through subawards. And a lot of these subawards, really can emphasize, working with those organizations, supporting their desires and their needs to be able to be strengthened as well. While in some cases, if it is of interest to that partner, helping support them to receive direct USAID funding in the future. But if I may, one other thing, because I think this is really important and I don't want to focus exclusively on direct awards because money is power, as they say, right? So direct local awards are very important. But we also have to think about all of the ways that we work or that USAID might work with local actors in Haiti, right? And again, 17% of our partners in Haiti are Haitian partners. That means a lot more of them are international partners. And so it is critical that we have an eye towards thinking about that work, creating space for Haitian voices, Haitian communities, Haitian organizations to take the lead too. And we see this in a number of ways in terms of thinking about how can we shift the way that we have worked to be more sort of USAID driven in program design, to thinking about co-creative approaches. And we have a great example of some health programs that recently happened. And they made a concerted shift to ensure that, as they were designing their next program, that they took a lot of time to think about how to bring government, civil society, private sector stakeholders to the table to really understand what were the gaps that those communities were seeing and how did they want USAID to respond to them. I am out of time, so let me just stop there.
And I will hopefully come back around, but I think this is a great opportunity to turn to Gunjan. And one of the things that Jessica started out with was how do we think about international partnerships as demonstrations of solidarity, and what are the hurdles that you see and that you're working with to sort of having more community-led development sort of globally. I think you're on.
Oh, it's on already. Can you hear me? Great. Thank you, Scott. And again, it's a privilege to be here and to hear from Castor and Robbie, really, about what's happening in Haiti. So to your question on the hurdles to community-led development, I think, oh, can't? Oh.
Or just bring.
Okay. Is this better? Okay, so it was me. It wasn't the mic. Sorry. Great. So, Jake spoke about this a little bit, but the biggest hurdle to community-led development, at least as far as we see it in the movement, is the fact that we are operating in a system that was not designed for community-led development, right? We are operating in the system which has very colonial roots. We are operating the aid system has colonial roots, right? The aid system has political, even today, it is a political design in many ways. And therefore, it is never designed with the intention to center community voices, to listen to community. Even for a minute, if we were to forget about the political part of it, right? We go in with the idea that we know how to save communities. We go in the idea that we are the experts. We are going to go and save people because they don't know how to lead their lives, right? And so the biggest hurdle, I would say, there are lots of technical, operational challenges that we all talk about. But the biggest hurdle is actually mindset. It is this belief that, which is grounded in structural racism, in colonialism, and a lot of these isms that we keep hearing about, because it's based on the belief that people from a certain part of the world, educated in certain systems, know better than the native people of a place what's best for them. That's that mindset which is the biggest hurdle, because that leads to all sorts of issues of trust, right? Where you think that, earlier somebody said, Haiti is not just about corruption. Haiti doesn't have a monopoly on corruption, it's everywhere. But somehow there's a belief that local people or organizations will be more corrupt, right? How will you get accountability for the dollars there? Again, grounded in that mindset of superiority somewhere. And then this whole point of evidence, right? Evidence that it works. We can have the biggest projects with the biggest experts failing, and we say that's learning. We learn from failure. But when we go to communities, we expect them to have results, right? And we expect them to have the results we want, not what they want. That doesn't count, right? So then we go around and say, but what is the evidence that it works? Well, thankfully, I will say this, that since COVID-19, people have stopped asking that question, right? Because we saw that it was the communities who were the first responders. Everybody else was fleeing for their own lives, right? We wanted to be with our families outside, not in those spaces. So since then, nobody has asked that question. But so there are a lot of technical operational things like the way funding is designed, the chunks in which funding comes in, but all of them stem from this essential systemic issue. And I will say the last hurdle for community-led development has been, where is the voice? Who is the champion within the system for it, right? Communities don't have the space here. Jessica talked about this fact that, well, they were not there when these accords are signed. They are not there when these commitments are made for them, on behalf of them. So who is their champion? And I think that's why, to me, one of the remarkable things that happened, Sarah, was actually the 50% commitment that USAID said. For the first time, somebody turned around and said, no, we have to put communities in the driver's seat. Because the champions for communities are community leaders or local leaders, like Robbie and Karsten. But where are they in these spaces where decisions are made, right? So, let's stop there.
So I'd like to loop back around to Whoopi and Castin and get a sense of, a lot of what we've talked about are sort of the barriers, right? And wanting to understand what is going on sort of in spite of the headline news is something that we don't often get a chance to understand. What is sort of, Whoopi and Castin, for you two, what is the approach that your organizations are using in these moments of crisis when other groups are fleeing, Gunjan, as you were sort of alluding to, and people are staying there and working for themselves?
The barriers, there are lots of them. I want to make a point that we are not here to complain that the international, they are the only problem of Haiti. We don't think this is the case. It's a shared responsibility, what we have in Haiti. And when we are in front of our responsibility, sometimes it's make me a little bit nervous and not happy to even put responsibility on someone else that, and this is, it's not their country, it's our country. Of course, we are sharing a planet, and all of us benefit from solidarities. At some point, it was Haiti was there for US, if you know the story. So that's mean we we should have a world where everyone like, you know, putting together with everyone else to build a better nations everywhere. In terms of challenges, there are many, as I said. For instance, I know the agencies, they are dealing with their own problem. USAID might have an agenda, very clear, this is what we're going to do. But in the meantime, the policymakers have their own agenda. So of course, we send you down to help with the localizations and community lead, and 17% goes to the communities. But in the meantime, we are having an agenda where we open doors to all the intellectual, all the good community leaders, all the leave the country. So that is something that we have to put on the table too. Of course, we are talking about the community lead, or this panel is about local power. There's two different of power. So there is positive power and negative power. And everywhere power exists, there's no empty space. What's happening on the ground in Haiti, it's power. So now, if we go to a community, like I'm working in Lago Nav, the lack of opportunities and security push the people, the change makers of Lago Nav, out of the country. So now we are talking about local power. So we have to work with, like USAID have to work with local people, give them, but people who can do it, they are not there. If I want to go to Lago Nav or to Haiti right now, it's impossible. Or let's say Port-au-Prince, maybe I can go to Cap. But if one of your staff in USAID want to go to Port-au-Prince, they will find a way to find a helicopter for them to go to Port-au-Prince to help. Me as a local expert, I don't have the same opportunity to be in my community as the international can be. The money itself, as we say, it's not the answer, but in the meantime, we know it's a useful tools. So the way that they distribute money, as we said, 17% or numbers percent goes to the community. We witness big organizations, they create, because they want to meet that, because their donors said, okay, you have to have like local organizations working for you in your projects, working for you in your project. And it's supposed to be the invest, supposed to be the community project. As we're looking for most of the time, they say, where is the community participation? As we say, doesn't make sense. Where is the USAID participation? Because the project is for the community. They should be the one who's participating in our project, but not the community to participate in the agency's project. So we will say the policies or the protocols. Of course, USAID can have like grants to the communities, but there are some groups like in Cornillon-Grand-Bois. It's so difficult for people to get to Cornillon-Grand-Bois. There are some organizations like paysan organizations. The protocol that organizations put in place to get funding, not many community organizations can meet these protocols. So I think you have to lower the protocols if you want to work with local. So if you don't lower the protocols, of course you will find people to work with you the only way, because they know how to play the game. It's a game. They know how to play the game. They will, they will meet your requirement to work for you, but the community itself will be the same. So I will stop here.
Thank you. Thank you, Bobby. Yeah, Gaston, same sort of question in thinking about what sort of efforts, what does sort of community-led development look like right now in the North?
Merci. Alors, c'est une très belle question qui va le permettre de partager expérience, travail dans la communauté avec assistance là.
Thank you. This is a nice, good question that will give me the opportunity to share some of the ideas about what's going on.
Nous voulons sortir côté communauté, c'est bénéficiaire, mais c'est pour le transformer comme acteur.
We are looking at it from a perspective that you want the community to be the beneficiary, but they have to become actors.
Alors, pour la communauté devenir acteur, il faut gagner ou connaître la réalité de la communauté à vivre.
For the community to become an actor, you have to know the real conditions in which they are living.
Dans la communauté côté de travail, mon yo a fait face à 4 plus gros problèmes aujourd'hui.
In the community where I work, the people are facing 4 different issues.
Premier plus gros problème, c'est insécurité foncière.
The first issue for them, it's the land insecurity.
Deuxième gros problème, c'est effet changement climatique là.
The second big issue is the change in climate, the climate change.
Troisième problème, c'est insécurité généralisée qui gagne sur le pays d'Haïti.
The third big issue is the general insecurity prevailing in the country.
Et quatrième problème, c'est question vol à question mauvaise gouvernance là.
And the fourth big issue is graft and corruption.
Pour nous faire face à premier problème là, à chaque problème yo, li poser nous garder acteurs yo, acteur international, acteur national et acteur local, et puis nous garder qui alternative nous capoter comme réponse.
In dealing with the first big issue, we look at the actors who are involved in it and what kind of, we examine the issue and we try to find out what kind of answer we can find to resolve the issue, both in national and international actors.
Jean Camarade, moi, je dis, c'est pas plaigner pour nous plaigner, mais c'est pour nous garder comment pour nous agir.
As my colleague just said, we are not here to complain, but we have to know how to act.
Sous question insécurité foncière, nous fait plaidoyer.
For the issue of land insecurity, we have been making efforts.
Pour défendre droit à la terre que les paysans ont et qui garantit notre loi haïtienne.
To defend the rights of the people to the land and in accordance with the Haitian laws.
Nous avons mis terre en valeur, côté nous organiser combit, organiser moun yo pour mettre terre en valeur et les terres viennent gagner un jardin sous lui, les plus sécurisé.
We are putting emphasis on giving value to the land, the plant on it, so that we can defend our rights properly.
Et l'insa communautaire a lutté contre l'insécurité alimentaire.
And that way, the community will be able to fight against food insecurity.
Parce que un proverbe qui dit jardin paysan c'est garde manger.
Because there is a proverb which says that the garden of the peasant is its pantry.
Et nous tout résoudre question résistance parce que la vie moun yo lié à terre.
And that's an issue that we would solve because the life, the existence of the people is linked to the land.
Sous question changement climatique là, nous agir de façon c'est adaptation.
As far as climate change, we seek adaptation
et atténuation.
And diminution, you see that?
Adaptation, c'est nous garder qui qualité.
Sorry, mitigation, I think. Mitigation, right?
Nous garder qui qualité et dommage qui qualité produits agricoles qui a fait qu'on hier pendant mon yo a fait face à changement climatique là.
And we look at what kind of agricultural products that we can use on that particular land depending on the climate conditions.
Identifier point de l'eau, si c'est en bâtiment pour nous faire forage pour nous joindre de l'eau et si gagne un point d'eau pour nous mettre pompe pour monter ce système agricole.
identify the source of water, whether it's on the ground or wherever we can find it.
Sous question insécurité généralisée, nous travaillons en groupe.
As far as the general insecurity, we work in groups.
Paysans pas sortis eux même seuls.
The peasants do not go out alone.
Et dans la rencontre que nous faisons, c'est un coup quand on monde ou gon parti là-dedans qui est infecté, ou doit limiter côté qui est infecté pendant qu'on fait prévention pour tout le reste corps.
So it's almost like if you have in your body, you have one section of your body, one part of your body, which is infected. So we try to limit, to circumvent the issue and then protect the rest of the body.
Ça veut dire, je dis, en Port-au-Prince, à grande ville qui envoisine Elio, déjà, donc, gros insécurité, c'est lui qui est infecté. Faut que nous mettions en quarantaine pendant qu'on fait prévention pour la communauté qui est loin pour ne pas arriver sur eux.
So that means that in Port-au-Prince is the infected area. So we try to limit, to circumvent what's going on, stay in Port-au-Prince, so that we do not let what's happening in Port-au-Prince get to us.
Et pour nous faire ça, nous organisons avec toute l'autre force vive dans la communauté.
And in order to do that, you know, we get together with all the other forces in the area so that we can reinforce ourselves.
Sous question de la gouvernance, nous continuons à faire plaidoyer pour influencer les décisions autorités locales sur terre que les paysans eux-mêmes ont occupé.
In terms of graft and corruption, we continue to deal with the local authorities so that we can protect the land.
Parce que Haïti, c'est déjà une république coopérative. Et côté combat, c'est celle force que Haïtien gagne, solidarité.
And Haiti is already a cooperative country, so we have to work in the combat, coming together to get things moving.
Nous renforcer comme valeur pour nous casser méfiance dans la communauté.
We reinforce this system, the system of combat, so that we can reinforce the community.
Quand il y a tout ça à faire, besoin comme c'est côté nous joindre l'argent.
Now, of course, everything that we do requires funding. Now, where do we find the funding?
Principale source non, c'est l'économie solidaire et sociale.
Our main source is the solidarity in economy and social solidarity.
Nous faisons expérience dans une communauté qui est sous menace d'exploitation mine.
We had an experience with a community about the mine exploitation.
Qui entre frontières Haïti et République dominicaine.
In the area, on the border between Haiti and the Dominican Republic.
Les premiers travaillent dans zone ça.
When we first started working in that area,
nous avons fait un diagnostic pour regarder qui ça la vie mounio, qui ça marre avec la vie mounio dans la communauté.
I made a diagnostic and to determine what was the important thing for the people living in the area.
Moi, je viens de mounio fait 3 plus grosses activités.
And I found out that the people were involved in 3 main activities.
Activité agricole.
Agricultural activity.
Ça veut dire travail terre avec élevage.
That is working the land with animal husbandry.
Petit commerce.
Small commerce.
Et puis, il fait exploitation mine artisanale.
And artisan means mining exploitation.
Et surtout, plus femmes participent dans le commerce avec exploitation mine.
And the majority of women participated in the mining and commerce.
Et puisque la frontière entre Haïti et République dominicaine, il faut qu'on a le travail la journée en République dominicaine après-midi pour y retourner.
And since the area is closer to Dominican to the border, the women would go work there in the Dominican Republic during the day and then come back in the evening to Haiti.
Et puis, les moyens fin faire diagnostic là, moi rencontré leader qui dans l'habitation.
And after I made the diagnostic, I met with the leader of the area.
Moi dit li tout côté mounier gen l'argent.
And I told him that everywhere people are, there is money.
Mais moi-même, pas apporter rien pour personne.
He didn't bring anything to anybody
Parce que je n'ai rien.
because I don't have anything.
C'est nous dans la communauté qui gagnons.
Because you have the source, the fund.
Leader communauté a dit moi, li konya li kasek dans moment m'a parlé là comme autorité locale.
The leader told me that Kazakh is
Oui, kasek.
the Kazakh is an administrative area.
Avant de kasek dans la communauté, il était gain en pile leadership sur tout le monde dans la communauté.
Before he had the leadership over everybody in the community.
Mais les livres kasek, il perdit leadership sur la communauté parce qu'il était pensé à pouvoir central, l'État besoin comme pour faire pile projet, ça n'a pas marché.
So he thought that when he became a member of the Kazakh, that he would find money from the government, but he didn't find anything. So he said that did not work.
Moi, monsieur dit, il n'est pas jamais candidat encore.
He said that he would never be a candidate to become a member of Kazakh.
Je dis, monsieur, mais nous avons organisé nous dans la communauté, puisque l'État n'est déjà pas présent là.
I told him that we could organize ourselves in the community because the government was never present in the area.
Et puis, mal fait une réunion avec leader, avec un focus group pour me comprendre, faire dernier et travailler dans la communauté.
So I had a meeting, I had a focus group come together so that we could work and see what we could do.
Après ça, nous montions une structure économique dans la zone qui c'est mutuel, côté tout le monde nous mettait comme ensemble.
So we set up
Après ça, Monsieur
a
Cassin.
structure
pour
in
faire.
order to an economic structure so that we could organize.
Parce que c'est dans la microfinance, ils ont prêté petit cob pour faire commerce.
Because it's in the microfinance that they used to borrow money to do activities.
Et pour me finir, pour me dire, nous sommes fait, moi commencé à travailler en 2020, dans le mois de décembre qui s'est passé, nous fait bilan, il y a gagné plus passé 3 millions de gouttes dans la question, même dans la communauté.
And in conclusion, in 2020,
Oui.
in 2020, they had amassed 3 million gold in
Yo même, il a fait autofinancement côté au bail pour agricole, actif commerce dans le temps, habitation. Et il y a l'autre communauté qui demandait pour nous capables de bailler même assistance. Merci.
and they are providing now funding for small farmers area. And
Mais
there are
tout
other
est-
communities that have been
Fini,
asking us
toute
how to do.
inspiration, ça a sorti de travail nos caracoles pour nous expérimenter de nouvelles approches de développement différentes par rapport à approche de développement et institutions internationales. Il y a porté comme alternative au pays.
And all these activities come from our experience from Caracol, and that's how we decided to use new approaches for our economic development.
Thank you very much, Maître Castin. Probably enough. We have just a few minutes left, so maybe in 1 minute-ish chunks, I'd love to hear again from Sarah and Gunjan, because we heard from Wobi about, right, the policies and protocols that are a barrier to doing the work. We heard about examples of drawing on community support. So from the international perspective, how do we sort of give the assistance that allows these things to sort of flourish from an international organization? Yeah, sure.
I think, again, it's such a pleasure to be able to hear from you all about what it is that you are doing in the face of a lot of challenges. And so I think that, at the core of it is really around listening. It's around thinking about how to structure relationships. I think that's what really is the key to, how a funding partner needs to come to the table, right? With the goal of developing trust-based relationships, with the goal of listening, with the goal of respect for the different kinds of capacities that everybody in this ecosystem can bring to bear, and figuring out how to leverage the various capacities that all of these different kinds of actors can bring to be able to create the conditions where Haitian communities and local actors can lead the way, can continue to lead the change that they are leading in their own communities as well. So thank you.
Yeah, we heard two examples here of community resources, right? What the community is doing in this very difficult circumstances. And then Robbie raised a very important point, which is that we are not saying that international actors are bad or should go away, right? And that's important. We're a network of over 2,000 local community-based organizations. And not once have I heard anybody say international actors should go away. It's just that the roles have to be different. The roles, what is needed is allyship. There are many things that international actors can do that local actors are not able to do because of the circumstances they are in. International actors have access to spaces that local actors do not have, right? So in this space, just a very quick 10-second example, Afghanistan. We know what happened when Taliban took over and international actors had to move out, right? The village development committees that were formed in the community-led program in Afghanistan are the only thing that currently survives, which actually provides access for women-headed households and women there. So what the international community can and should do at this point is just be allies. And what does that mean? That means unconditional support. Allyship is not partnership. It is not, we will give you if you do this. Allyship is, you know best, you're in difficult conditions, unconditional support. If we could do that during COVID, because we were so worried that the infection would spread to all of us, we can surely do that now.
That seems an ideal point to sort of wrap up our remarks on, doesn't it? So we are unfortunately scarce of time for question and answer, but because we have a reception after this, I think is an ideal moment to continue these conversations with our panelists and amongst each other. What we're going to do now is the panel is going to sit down, and the last words on this are going to be from the Honorable Michele Pierre-Louis, who's the former Prime Minister of Haiti and the current president of BOCAL. And so we are going to have her, there she is. And so we'll take a seat and hand the mic virtually over to her.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Very well. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for inviting me to this important event. When I read the title of the symposium, I searched for the meaning of the concept of crisis and catalyst and tried to see how they apply to Haiti's current situation. A crisis is usually defined as a time of intense difficulties or danger, but also a time when important decisions must be made, a turning point when major change takes place, indicating either recovery or chaos, a condition of instability or danger in social, political, or economic affairs, leading to a breaking point when a solution is needed. The Greek root of the word crisis means a turning point, the point at which change must occur. When did this crisis begin? Our crisis. And if, as many of us believe, it started a long time ago, is it still a crisis? Or have we passed several turning points without deciding on a change of course and now feel the urgency of this last crisis within the crisis? Hence, perhaps the call for a catalyst, which refers to an element or event that quickly causes change or action. An agent that provokes or speeds significant change or action. We are indeed living in times of intense difficulties. It's been said there. And we are constantly exposed to immense dangers. But are we at a turning point? Is that turning point about to lead to change? Is the apparently complicated situation being proposed or imposed going to alleviate our actual predicament? Is there a speedy element catalyzing change when in fact time seems to slow and at times to stop? I believe the title of this event was chosen by the organizers to provide a sense of hope and invite us to share a common belief in a less somber future than what we fear. I was asked to share my remarks on local power and international aid with regards to our work at FOCAL. Two complex ideas that may seem at times antinomic or dichotomic. The term international aid is polysemic, as it expresses many different meanings and interpretations. A wide diversity of stakeholders fall in the category of intermediaries and beneficiaries of international funding. Development and international humanitarian NGOs, pre-qualified contractors, government entities, local associations, schools, hospitals, media, religious groups, etc. Intermediaries are often based in the donor countries. Beneficiaries are scattered all over the country and work usually independently from one another. All of them, intermediaries and beneficiaries, competing on the open market of international aid. We at FOCAL also depend on international aid, provided by generous donors, mostly in the philanthropic world, but based on a set of common values and principles. The institutional pillars around which our foundation was established since its creation 29 years ago are still valid today. Sound management and a capacity to be accountable towards our funders, but also towards our grantees and the public in general. To build an institutional culture based on values incarnated in our vision and transmitted to all staff by our own behavior. It is a constant construction to build credibility and respect. And even when our errors occur, they are not treated as failures, but through a process of lessons learned. Money gives power. Power to decide, to negotiate, to exchange, to bargain, to disburse. But money is only one of the resources needed to carry out our mission. The most important factor remains the people, the communities of smallholder farmers, artists and artisans, women, children and youth, grassroots and civil society entities who represent the network of our local partners. Our vision is anchored on Haiti's complex history and stands as a guide on how to use power wisely and distribute the funds to the communities and people struggling for dignity and enfranchisement. what I call our pockets of hope. The actual situation is a major impediment to one of our necessary management tools: proximity, field visits, discussions, exchange amongst our different organizations, meetings that we used to organize, listening and learning. We've been able to realize just a few. Regular contacts are now maintained through the internet and cell phones. But some gain came out of this situation. Starting back in 2018, sporadic paralysis of the capital and all other cities led us to help all grassroots organizations in our network to obtain their legal documents, pay their taxes, and open bank accounts in the name of their organizations. That was a very important step towards a more formal existence that can lead to more gains in the future by entitling them to developing advocacy campaigns vis-à-vis local and central government entities and/or international donors. In the current extreme crisis, we've been able to move funds to the provinces securely and through traceable, transparent procedures that force banking entities to recognize grassroots actors as clients and help organizations to concretely exercise their right to exist. Proximity and long-term investments are two key elements in our institutional practice. This is most precious in times of disaster, whether man-made or natural. For example, after an earthquake destroyed a good part of the Southern Peninsula in August 2021, with painful consequences among the organizations, we were able to launch several fundraising activities with a good degree of success. Our mode of intervention deployed in 3 phases based on our knowledge and relationship with the grantees. This could be considered as best practices by many other organizations. The first step in the immediate wake of the disaster, and it could be any disaster, is to make cash transfers rapidly available to the organizations, which are then quickly distributed to the affected families who decide for themselves how best to use the money. This process is documented by a form that we created ourselves, which collects the necessary information: name and ID of the family members, amount granted, intended use of the amount granted, dates, signatures. These forms make it possible to establish who has benefited from the cash transfers and how it has been used. In turn, FOCAL can justify the subsidy granted to the following organizations. This is made possible because trust and best practices pre-exist between our institution and our network. The second post-disaster phase, relaunching the activities, consists of enabling organizations to resume their income-generating activities in the year following the disaster, in a phase of implementing more sustainable projects. FOCAL's interventions support the revival of agricultural and livestock production, water management, the strengthening of savings and loans association, Mutuelle de Solidarité, Solidarité Mutuals, product processing, targeted financing of small social and solidarity enterprise, and the management of parcels dedicated to agroforestry and the protection of biodiversity. The third phase of the intervention strategy is generally aimed at investing in infrastructure constructions. Although enormous losses have been recorded in this area, including the destructions of homes, schools, markets, churches, FOCAL generally does not get involved at this level for a number of reasons. lack of the required level of funding, difficulty in selecting beneficiaries, and ensuring effective coordination on the ground, constraints in the supply of material, etc. However, in this particular case, and given the extent of the damage in certain regions, discussion with certain organizations led us to consider building community centers. Initially planned for 7 organizations and communities in Akin, Saint-Louis du Sud, Cavaillon, Baradère, Kafoumac, Jérémy, Belader, we had to reduce the number. In Akin, the organization did not feel ready to take on the responsibility. In Saint-Louis, the property deeds were not legalized. In Kafoumac, the small size of the planned plot made it impossible to build, especially as after the earthquake, the organization had committed to building a hangar on the same plot. Belader is from the Central Plateau, but just like Desarmes, which is in the Artibonite region, for several years, these organizations have made a request to Focal to build a community center on land they had acquired. And we decided to include them. Actually, the community center in Desarmes, in the lower Artibonite region, is totally built today. And they have taken all their activities in the community centers. There are very few community centers run by the farmers themselves. And the one in Desarmes is run by women farmers and women that lead the communities in general. They are often obliged to meet in churches or schools when they don't have community centers. And the centers we propose will be places for meetings, training, accommodation, that means income generating, storage, sales of products. It includes cafeteria, kitchen, and toilets, complete the whole plan. In addition to landscaping the courtyard for planting trees, flowers, and seasonal vegetables. All this is taking place as Port-au-Prince is being destroyed beyond recognition. Burning, raping, stealing, kidnapping, rampaging. They continue daily with an incredible degree of cruelty. This situation surely affects the rest of the country, but Haiti cannot be reduced to the metropolitan area. I know it's been said recently by the Haiti Development Institute, and Pierre Noël made a statement about that. While the international media seems to focus primarily on the gangs, their criminal leaders, and on the atrocities experienced by thousands of vulnerable, defenseless people, while they seem alarmed by a situation close to famine striking many families, at Focal, we constantly bring solidarity to impacted communities. We are also bearing witness to the potential for food production that can have a positive impact on food insecurity. The existing pockets of hope need to be sustained so that production can reach much higher level and enhance the whole economy. The urgency today is not for short-term projects that maintain the smallholder families in precarious conditions. Much longer-term investment in local seed production, for example. Seeds are largely imported from the United States. And in the whole value chains of specific sectors which with added value can be highly significant to food production and niche exports, cocoa, coffee, and today we're supporting 3 cocoa exports and 1 coffee. There are risks, of course, but why should the smallholder farmer living in subsistence be the only one bearing the consequences? Why also not bet on local organizations that have a proximity to and experience with the farmers and can ensure that funds are used properly and accounted for? In my personal experience, the smallholder farmers sector is culturally resilient, capable of extraordinary courage, inventiveness, and stamina when allowed and encouraged to produce for themselves and their families. We are in a process of systemic data collection to continue the elaboration of this argument. I am also the chair of Le Centre d'Art, the oldest Haitian cultural institution dedicated since 1944 to the promotion of Haitian art, artists, and artisans. 80 years this year of celebrating Haitian art and culture. Many communities of artists and artisans have been attacked and lost their work, their homes, and means of production. Focal, Le Centre d'Art, have led a campaign to raise emergency funding for their support as they continue to create. Much more needs to be done. Our artists showcase their creativity around the world through exhibits praised internationally. We are not just a humanitarian case. This requires a change in the way Haiti is so often portrayed. The poorest, the most violent, the most corrupt, the most inegalitarian, all this being untrue. The narrative must change, and the diaspora can play a role in that sense. Be a sounding board, a promoter of a new narrative based on facts and data that can gradually lead to a new representation of a country that has demonstrated at the end of the 18th century the historical and philosophical meanings of freedom and equality, and is still paying a high price for having challenged an unjust world order. I leave you with pictures of hope I just recently received from Aquin, Jérémy, and Port-de-Paix. Thank you. The women there is the women on the left is collecting in her jardin créole that is harvested after 3 months of tomatoes and eggplant, and in the middle, and she is from Aquin. In the middle, in the mountains of Aquin, in the middle is well, how do you call that? C'est pas yam, c'est cassava, c'est quoi? Manioc. Manioc. It's a huge manioc collected in the mountains of Port-de-Paix, some place called La Croix Saint-Joseph. And they make a lot of cassava. The 2 pictures of children I received today, they are eating cassava produced by a cassava factory that we support in the mountains of Broadquin, in the mountains of Aquin. On the left side, the peasants are just starting their agricultural campaign, what we call the printemps, the spring agricultural campaigns. Same in Jérémy, where they are just having this nursery, and these beautiful young children are eating fresh cassava made in a factory that is being supported by us. So thank you very much for your attention.
All right. I would like you to give another round of applause for our honorable former Prime Minister and President of Focal, Michele Pierre-Louis. Now, I would like you to join us for a reception, and we will resume at 6 p.m. with remarks from Patrick Gaspard. Thank you.
Ready earlier in the day. I know most of you, many of you have been with us since the morning, since the start of the symposium. But for those, I know there are folks who have come recently, so I'm just gonna cover a few things that I covered already. So my name is Chad Bissonette. I'm president of Roots of Development. Roots of Development is one of the co-organizers of this event, along with HAVD, the Haitian American Foundation for Democracy. That's run by Ariel Dominique, and American University's Center for Latin American and Latino Studies, which is, the director is here with us, Dr. Ernesto Castañeda, who was on the first panel, and a lot of volunteers actually from the center that we're really grateful for, who made things operate much more smoothly. Board members from both organizations. I had mentioned him earlier, but he's here with us now. Our board chair, Roots of Development's board chair, Rudy Brioche, who will be making remarks to close the symposium this evening. And I believe perhaps a board member too from HAVD as well that have joined us. Again, Roots of Development, to put a little bit into context, is a nonprofit organization based here in Washington, D.C. Our mission is to support and promote community-led development. Roots of Development accompanies local partners as they improve quality of life in their communities. We also advocate for international aid efforts to center local knowledge, resources, and actions. Hence, a lot of what today is about and what the second panel tried to really drive home. We organized this event way before the situation deteriorated. But then as things unfolded, it became clearer that this was even more timely and even more important. And a commitment that Ariel and I made to each other when we started to plan this was it could not be a gathering of people, as impressive as they were, subject matter experts, influential policymakers, if it was the same conversation that's been happening too frequently for too long and not pushing the needle. Now, it's a challenge to do that in an hour and a half window for each period, for each panel, but that is our intention. And again, as we've stated a few times today, it is our aim to not only leave attendees more informed on the situation in Haiti, but more ready and able to do their part on an individual and institutional level. Our goal was to mobilize global allies around Haitian solutions to the country's greatest challenges, which we identified as being and interrelated: immigration, aid, and security. Center Haitian voices and experience in addressing international policies towards Haiti, especially in light of the current conditions. And finally, highlight areas where Haiti can and is making unique contributions to regional and global conversations and practices. So I hope we have done that so far. This is the beginning, right? This is a piece of an ongoing conversation about all of these things. We play a role. It's a piece of it. We will continue to do that. We encourage all of you who may be new to knowing HAVD, knowing Roots of Development, knowing the various departments that are involved in this at American University, to follow us and ensure that you're receiving our communications and invites to other types of activities like this in order to stay informed and stay engaged. And without further ado, I am proud to introduce and welcome Ariel Dominique, the Executive Director of the Haitian American Foundation for Democracy.
Thank you, Chad. Thank you very much, everyone, and good evening. My name is Ariel Dominique, as Chad mentioned, and I'm the Executive Director of the Haitian American Foundation for Democracy, one of the organizers of this symposium. On behalf of HAVD's chairman, Dr. J.P. Austin, on behalf of board member Dina Simon-Leroy, who had remarks this morning, and who's here today with us on behalf of Mr. Jocelyn Makala, Senior Policy Advisor for HAVD, and on behalf of the entire HAVD team, I want to thank our collaborators, Roots of Development and the American University Center for Latin American and Latino Studies, and especially our previous panelists for the insightful comments and heartfelt call to action. As Chad mentioned, when we started planning this, we wanted to make sure that it was solution-oriented and hopeful, not just a diagnostic of the situation, whether it's in immigration or aid or the following panel, but also to make sure that people would know what actions that they could take leaving the symposium today. So, as it's been said many times, today we are meeting at an inflection point for Haiti. And it's time for us now to push forward and to try to come up with solutions for the current crisis that is of epic proportion, as we know. So, having said that, it is my profound honor to welcome before the third and final panel that is called Past Lessons for Future International Engagement in Haiti. It's my profound honor. I have the privilege to introduce a distinguished member of the HAVD board, Ambassador Patrick Gaspard. His is a journey that has been marked by a deep-rooted commitment to advocating for the vulnerable. His tenure as president and CEO of the Center for American Progress and his pivotal role in President Obama's administration only skimmed the surface of his contributions. Ambassador Gaspard's career is not just a series of high-level and impactful positions held, but a testament to his enduring commitment to justice and equity, shaping his work across various platforms and now in the critical ongoing situation in Haiti. His unwavering dedication to his community and his tireless involvement in the extraordinary, challenging current political negotiations reflects not only his skill and determination, but a steadfast adherence to his values, striving for a world where the vulnerables are uplifted and supported. So as we approach today's panel on the strategic future of international engagement in Haiti, Ambassador Gaspard's unique perspective is invaluable. His deep commitment and understanding of the complexities in Haiti set the stage perfectly for the thoughtful discussion that will follow. It is with great anticipation and respect that we now give the floor to Ambassador Patrick Gaspard. I hope he's here, so that's fantastic.
I am. Can you hear me?
That's very good. So, Ambassador Gaspard, we are eager to hear from you.
Ariel, thank you so very much for that incredibly overly generous introduction. I'm more than a little embarrassed by it. I want to thank you not only for convening us here in this conversation, but for the extraordinary leadership that you have provided to HAVD over the course of this current moment and long before this moment. I feel as if you are my long-lost sister that I've newly discovered. I thank our chairman, J.P. Austin, everyone else in HAVD, and everyone who's here in community. So, bonsoir. Good evening to all of my fellow travelers. I'm extraordinarily grateful to be in your company, though I regret this digital distance that has to exist between us. We are all, though, still in community with one another, intellectually and spiritually. I'm appreciative of those of you who are gathered in the room in Washington, D.C., but I'm most especially appreciative of our friends in IET who are joining us online. I'm going to particularly note the grace and wisdom of my guiding light, Madame Michele Pierre-Louis. Please know that our whole hearts are with you in these times. And these are the times that vex the entirety of our beings. Some years ago, following a meeting I had in Haiti with then President Jovenel Moïse and engagements throughout Port-au-Prince, I returned to Washington, D.C. and sounded an alarm to all who would listen that I feared that within a few short years, Haiti would absolutely devolve entirely into a mafia state. All the conditions were present: absolute disregard for the Constitution, a callousness towards the concerns of the population, the co-optation of independent institutions, the corrosive corruption of private enterprise, and most tellingly, the proxy of politicians extended to gang leaders. Regrettably and predictably, no one heeded our warnings. I wasn't alone in carrying this message. There were many of you who are gathered here who were sounding the very same alarms. No one heeded us. We were lone voices crying out in a wilderness of bureaucracy. Policy leaders in a position to make other choices doubled down on transactional and on the expedient. Following the shocking assassination of President Moïse, alarm bells were once again sounded about the dangers of choosing to endorse the mendacious leadership of the self-interested petty political actors. But again, our calls went unheeded. Many of you here invested blood and toil as architects of democratic alternatives for the transition that were all again shrugged off by the powerful and the cynical. Cynical Haiti watchers in institutions that I need not name because you all know who they are. I'll tell you that there were times when I felt like our great poet, Frank Etienne, who wrote, "Chaque jour, j'ai employé les dialectes des cyclones fous. J'ai dit la folie des vents contraires." Every day, I use the dialect of lunatic hurricanes. I speak the madness of clashing winds. And now, the road all madness leads to, a cul-de-sac of violence and degradation. I won't enumerate all that's being endured in this hour by our dear Haiti Chérie. Others who have spoken throughout this day and who will follow in subsequent panels will elucidate beyond the limits of my own expertise. Suffice is to say that we have reached a bottoming out of Haitian society. The cancer in the body politic has metastasized throughout the bloodstream. But here's the thing, my dear friends. Sometimes it takes hitting the bottom and to truly see that bottom to then be able to make your way back to the light. And we all know that rocks in the water don't know the pain of rocks in the sun. I'm a big believer in the old admonition that one should never waste a good crisis. We have an epic crisis to leverage towards the greater good of our people. Now is the time to point true north and to employ every asset that we have towards the curative work of rescue that ultimately will lead to Renaissance. Now is the time for all who love Haiti across our differences to sort aside those differences before an existential cliff. Now is the time for hard, unsparing truths between Haitians on the island, Haitians in the diaspora, and those stakeholders who have accompanied our journey, sometimes with misguided and misapplied and patronizing affectations. Here again, all protocols are observed as names can be absented, though presences are felt. So let's go into the breach with one another. We all of us carry the weight of our obligations differently. I feel mine as a heavy load that might explode. Some weeks ago, I was asked by the State Department and Secretary of State Anthony Blinken to formally join negotiations in Kingston, Jamaica towards the resolution of the crisis in Haiti and the reconstitution of governance in the land. I was honored to do anything at all for Haiti, but I'm going to tell you all the truth. I had considerable despair that the call had not come 3 years ago. Kingston was the espace de parole that is typical around Haiti, stakeholders in dialogue amongst themselves with Haitians at the periphery. But slowly, there was a paradigm shift as Haitian civil society, private sector, political parties, interfaith leaders surfaced their own visions for change. It was difficult. It was fraught. It was uncertain. But some uneven consensus emerged across sectors that made it possible to draw out a sense of what the immediate future could look like. And it became possible to announce to the world the intent to form a transitional presidential council that would then set terms for the selection of an interim prime minister and key cabinet posts and administrative agencies. As a Haitian, I can say this, and only a Haitian can say it. I can say this with a mixture of humor and pain, that of course, any accord agreed upon by my brothers and sisters has of course collapsed and been reset, collapsed and been reset, and collapsed and reset again, almost each day since the Kingston discussions. After all, debate is the true national sport of Haiti. But through this, through diplomacy at the threat of spiraling disorder, a near miracle has occurred. I've seen political parties and people with seemingly conflicting agendas who have been able to be in dialogue across sectors in ways unimaginable a scant few months ago. Lions and lambs circling warily, but seemingly putting nation and people before their own appetites. I find this to be astonishing. And there's been a second miracle in the midst of this. We all know that in Haiti, there are always hidden hands, rapacious hidden hands that reach from the region and well beyond, in every single room. When I was a kid, my father would always say, there's the table of leadership in Haiti, and then there's that other table that you really can't see that's mixing in all of this, and you have to be mindful of that table and those hands. But there's been a forceful discipline that's emanated from these Haitian lions and lambs that bites back at every imposition from their kind neighbors in CARICOM and their gentle friends in the US, Canada, and France. This is an imperfect vehicle for certain, an imperfect vehicle with acute complications, but it's a vehicle nonetheless that gives Haiti a chance. But a chance at what? What does the future portend? First, I want to say something that I didn't want to find myself having to say, but it's the reality that we have arrived at. It's not the reality that was available months ago, a year ago, 2 years ago, but it's the reality of the moment. We cannot pretend in this moment, at this point, that the path to peace and democracy in Haiti will not require a significant security intervention. It's just the reality. There must be an all-out pushback against these vile gangs who are burning and looting and striking terror in the hearts of defenseless people. There must be security for a transitional government and law and order in the streets. We're all aware of the UN Security Council resolution authorizing a forced deployment from Kenya. That will take weeks to enact. In the interim, the undermanned and outgunned Haitian police must be given capacity to fight back. There are courageous officers with integrity who have overcome the complicity of their commanders and have given the full measure of themselves in communities like Martissant. They need new commanders and they need tools to push back and reclaim civic spaces. As I said before, the US has long proposed an international force as a core component to end the gang violence and committed $200 million towards such a deployment. Some 40 million of an initial tranche has been blocked in Congress, an impasse with deadly consequences. There's a need to take up immediate advocacy around the release of that tranche of resources in order to activate and capacitate the force. But we all need to understand that that force is going to address immediate security needs, but it's only a tourniquet without the core components of a broadly secure state, a strong, well-equipped police force for sure, operating free of ties to corrupt politicians and gang leaders, but it also requires a strong and functional judiciary and secure ports to stop the arms to the gangs. We all know about the pipeline from Miami straight down into Haiti, and there has to be a containment strategy that is taken up with joint ownership on both sides of receipt and transmittal. That is absolutely key. It's important for us all to also remember that transition government can bring you to a moment of elections in a country like Haiti, and that previous transition governments in Haiti were an effective course corrector. But in order to avoid another downward spiral in the future, the international community will have to invest in long-term democratic processes that include supporting development of strong locally based non-governmental organizations, professional associations, unions, and all those that have been part of a long set of civil society engagements that many of you have accompanied. Why do I raise that? I raise that because even now, at this hour, as that presidential council is in its further stages, there are pressures, cross pressures being exerted, being imposed on them to move quickly to the selection of a, quote, president of that council that would have outsized power, to then move very quickly into the selection of an interim prime minister amongst incongruent actors who are just now learning to speak the same idiom. Those pressures have to be recognized in the urgency of the crisis on the ground, but there has to be a resistance to that expediency of the past that will cost us in the long term. Those of you who are in the room, those of you who are in Haiti, those of you who are fellow travelers in the diaspora who are online, have to recognize this and have to be attentive to that challenge. And we must strengthen the spine of actors in the private sector, in interfaith, in political parties that we're familiar with, who are working against those cross pressures, against those crosswinds, and are trying to speak with their own sense of power back into it. I'll remind all of us that Haiti has previously had successful transition governments twice in the last 40 years. Both times, the transition government took over when the people holding power were unable to mount clean, neutral elections that would inspire popular participation. Both times, these transition governments made up of unifying figures, stabilized the country, and delivered relatively uncontested election results. This presidential council is going to have the responsibility for also working with that selected prime minister to create an independent electoral council and authority for the country. What we cannot do, again, to resist expediency, to resist the transactional instinct from so many of our friends in the international community, we must resist calls for immediate transfer, immediate movement towards an election that does not create the space to create accountability around aids of mechanism and budget flows, that creates some sense of accountability for the independent security leadership that needs to be promoted, held up, and held accountable by that presidential council, and does not allow for the creation of an independent electoral force that will be made up and comprised of people who are acting with integrity, who have not been indicted in the past, who have not been convicted, who are not under sanction, and who are not acting as Trojan horses for gang elements. Why do I stress that last aspect? I want to be transparent, my friends. There has been pressure to also create avenues of amnesty and accord for the most reprehensible and the most vile actors on the ground in Haiti, those who are responsible for the terror, for the looting, for the déchoucage, for all of the disorder. There has to be a resistance to that as well. We cannot be in a moment where we allow perfect to stand in the way of the good. And we also all respect and understand that peace is something you make not with your friends, but with your enemies. But your enemies should not consist of governing actors who have held up the nation at gunpoint. So I say all of this as a way of framing the challenge, making it clear that we have a vessel now that makes it possible to have the opportunity to take up change, but there's a need to make sure that we are all sounding a clarion call and responding to that clarion call to create scaffolding around that interim council and scaffolding that we will stand up over the course of 14, 18 months, the length of a transition, to properly take up questions of constitutional reform and to restore some equilibrium again between sectors that have asymmetries of power that redound. But I want to say a few things in closing, if I can, Ariel. I am of the diaspora, a proud member of the diaspora, and a humble member of the diaspora. I say humble because for far too long, there's been disunity between a diaspora that has not always taken into consideration the voices, the concerns, the aspiration of Haitians on the ground, and an increasingly sophisticated Haitian civil society that has had the courage to face down these guns and has had the courage to speak a radical truth to power centers around the world that have been the hidden hands in Haiti. As a diaspora, this is a moment for us to not begin to opine on who the prime minister should be, who the president should be, and to start waging our bets on one cult of personality or another, but to instead make a set of investments to kind of curate, collate, and make available a panel of experts, expertise in healthcare delivery, health expertise in education expansion, expertise, yes, in security as well, but also in economic inclusion and entrepreneurship and building and in the administration of government. That's the role for a sophisticated and humble diaspora to play. And I know that through FD and many other agencies, we are going to be prepared to do that. So I end here, Ariel, by reiterating the importance of unity, collective efforts in face of these extraordinary challenges, but also ending with a note of optimism about the potential to make positive, lasting, and durable change in this hour. Ariel, Franz Fanon was someone who said that each generation must, out of relative obscurity, discover its mission, fulfill it, or betray it. Generation after generation has betrayed the obligation, the mission, the opportunity in Haiti. That stops here. That stops in the room you're in Washington, D.C. It stops in the room that Michele Pierre-Louis is in Port-au-Prince. It stops in the virtual room that the diaspora is in now, watching this engagement with our breaths held, but with the determination to pounce, to take up our space with full agency, a sense of 1804, a profound urgency around 2024, and a determination for the next 50 years of what's going to be a great republic. Thank you.
Well, I'm not going to follow that. I'm just going to let it sink in and say a heartfelt thank you to Ambassador Gaspard, because I know firsthand the tireless work and dedication that he has put in the past month, in the past difficult month. So again, thank you for profound remarks and clear and compelling call to action.
Thank you, my sister. Thank you all for your work.
Okay. Your insights set a powerful context for our continued exploration of Haiti's path forward. So without further ado, I will make it very quick. I'm going to call to the stage activist, femme extraordinaire, Monique Leska. Femme vaillant d'Haïti, Monique Leska.
Thank you. Thank you, Ariel. I love the way she says she's not going to follow this up and then she gives the floor to me. Thank you. Thank you very much for the invitation. Chad, Ariel, Irvi, the whole team, really, and the Institute here at American University. Thank you. I'm truly honored. And then I got to sit next to Yamisha Sendora for a few seconds, a few minutes. So I'm very, very thrilled. Thank you. It's a true honor. I have a difficult task of following Patrick Gaspard, but he has said a lot, and I will not repeat what he has said, but I will set the context maybe in a different manner. And the views that are expressed to really kind of go to the short, medium, and long term. And I think you have to kind of look at it this way.
And a lot of what I'm talking about are about the changes that are needed in terms of structural and transformative change, because he has set the stage. And let me put it to you this way. Haiti is in a civil war. And I think it's important. He has talked about that, but I will put those words out. There are two civil wars that are going on. One is the state against the population. And I think earlier, other speakers have talked a little bit about that. It is really a total failure of the social contract to provide services. So that means the state doesn't feel it has any of this responsibility. So the human rights of the population are violated in a systematic manner. It's a war against us. And you hear Haitians throughout Haiti say, "Pa gen l'État," there is no state. "Pa gen l'État." So we're left out on our own. So that is the first thing that I think is extremely important. The second thing, the second war that the population is fighting is the war against the armed gangs. So granted, there are criminal elements in Chicago, in LA, but this has nothing to do with what we are talking about. Because there are two things: the brutality of the gangs, and the second thing that Patrick talked a little bit about is the fact that the gangs work hand in hand with the political and the economic leaders. That is what makes it different. The gangs work hand in hand with economic leaders, or the other way around. As a matter of fact, there is a UN report that actually cites that a former president created a gang. So let's not even talk about arming, etc. So I think that is important to set the stage. The population is in a war. We don't have anything but our voices, our organization skills, etc. And that is important. So I wanted to put that out very clearly. Now, the lesson here is that any solution, long-term, medium-term solution, must take these facts into consideration. Governance must change for sure. Politics must be to serve the people. Whereas in Haiti, you heard Patrick Gaspard talking about a mafia state. Politics is to get rich. Politics is to exploit the people, not to serve us. So one of the things that I think is extremely important is that there needs to be massive investments in popular civic education so that we, the population at all levels, know that they are there to serve us and we must demand it. It's done, but not how would I say it, in a methodological manner. Because people will tell you, I go in communities and people will say, well, we're building a health center. It's like, why are you building a health center? Because the state is not building the health center. It's not up to you to build it. It is up to the state to do it. And this is important, this aspect of massive investments. We touched a little bit about that also today in terms of the context. Haiti today is really three countries. We have the northern part, we have the southern part, and then we have the Port-au-Prince metropolitan area that a lot of people talked about a little while ago. With 1/3 of the population, about 4 million people, live in that Port-au-Prince metropolitan area. Now, I won't go into what was said a little earlier, but the point I want to make is Haiti is extremely centralized, and Port-au-Prince is extremely centralized. And I think it was important because the former panel, people talked about what is going on. And I think Michele, Pierre-Louis talked about that. In other areas, yes, life is being lived, not normally because economically it's extremely difficult. People cannot bring their goods to Port-au-Prince. There is a lot of that that's going on. But because Port-au-Prince is so centralized, that means there is a chokehold on everything that goes on because of that. So that is something that is extremely important, and whatever, and I think that is one lesson that we must learn from this, is that this massive centralization must be reversed. Duvalier had really centralized, cut off, from Jacmel had its own port, Jérémy, etc., and had centralized to control. Now we must decentralize to develop. And that is something that is extremely important in terms of setting the tone, setting the context for where we go from here. Now, another thing that I think is extremely important, of the 11.5 million Haitians, 65% of them are under 24 years old. That's 2/3 of the country is under 24 years old. It's not unusual because I've worked a lot in Africa, and in most Western and even Eastern, some Southern African states, it is the case. But when you have no opportunities, a shiny machine gun provides power. I saw it firsthand in Niger when Boko Haram started to come in southern Niger. And then, the next time, where are the youths? They had all gone to training camps. And so, the area was wasted. And so that's what is going on. So the state can no longer recuperate them. And we have this situation in Haiti. At least Boko Haram had an ideology. But what you need when you have 2/3 of a population that is under 24 years old, you need to invest massively in education. You need to invest massively in healthcare. And you need to invest in job training. This is the social justice agenda. You cannot escape it. And I think it is an important lesson. So as one does repression for the gangs, you're going to have to do construction for the 2/3 of the population that is under 24 years old. And I think that is a central point in the rebuilding in terms of talking about catalyst. How do we get out of that? And that context is extremely important. Now, Michele had talked a little bit about some lessons that are being learned, and I wanted to highlight that because it is extremely important, this aspect of local solutions. After the earthquake in 2021 in the south of Haiti, people learned some lessons from the earthquake that was 2020, where what I called vultures, the kind of massive NGOs, international community that's coming, humanitarian, and they're like landing on you. Well, there were some lessons learned. Let us support the local. And Michele really talked very eloquently about that. And I was mentioning that local civil society, such as Focal, were at the forefront of the aid efforts, and smaller local organizations were reinforced. And another model, which I had down here, is the roots of development model, where you give the funds, but the community decides who should get it first and what projects are most important. The community knows. They live there. It's their lives. It's their city. It's their village. They know. They know. So that is another thing that I wanted to say. Some of it may be time consuming, but it builds capacity and resilience and reinforces ownership, and it's transformative. So in terms of contextualizing the catalyst part, I think this is an element also that is important. I wanted to bring in an issue that is really very heart-wrenching in terms of children in the gangs. There are a lot of children, 11 years old, 12, 13 years old. There is a lot of evidence of that. UNICEF has reports on it. There are former gang members who talk about that. There are people who have been kidnapped who actually talk about that also. There are lessons learned from what has been done in Sierra Leone, also in Liberia. And I think these are the kinds of things that we have to think about. There have been some special courts in terms of justice. There have been some aspects of special protection agencies. There have been focused interventions to reintegrate them. So all is not lost, one. And secondly, it is not, once again, simply about repression. Let's go in there and get the gang members, no. It cannot be done that way. So I think these are the kinds of things that we also have to think about. A couple of things before I finish. Rwanda, after the genocide, there were two aspects about the reconstruction efforts that I think in terms of catalysts that we have to look at also in terms of the context of Haiti going forward. Community-based, women-led. Community-based because they had a system there, they call GAKAKA, a justice system. It was for regular small things, but then they made it about the genocide, and it worked. It wasn't all successful, but I think there are lessons learned, there are things that have been written, and we need to open the kind of world, global toolbox to see what can be done in Haiti, and not only think local solutions, but also this has been tested elsewhere. Women-led because a lot of the men were dead, and a lot of them had run away. So women-led, and they did it. And this is why Rwanda today is a country that has the most women in parliament. They have about between 40 and 45%, most of any developed country in the world. So I think that is something that is important. Rwanda also had an international tribunal, and Patrick talked a little bit about that aspect of amnesty, etc. And I think these are the kinds of things that must be explored. Even though in Haiti now people say, well, there is street justice. Well, there is street justice because the justice system doesn't work. So that's why there is street justice. You have the déchoucage, you have the bois calé. It is not excusable, but it is understandable. And I think he talked a little bit about the judiciary in terms of setting up the context. The one aspect I wanted to talk about is the huge amount of gender-based violence. Women's bodies have become, they are used, girls as young as 12, 11 get pregnant. A lot of them are sex slaves. So I think that is something. In 2023 alone, there were 5,500 rapes reported, which was about 50% more than in 2022. So in terms of trauma, in terms of the healing, I think that sets also the stage in terms of what are the needs, the context. You're not coming into a context where it's only kidnapping victims, murder victims, etc. I see you. Thank you. Yeah. So we're talking about huge amount of gender-based violence. And this is something that we need to contextualize what is going on in Haiti. And that is a central element of everything. And we're talking about catalysts, we're talking about informal economy, it's mostly women. So this is something we cannot minimize this. This is extremely important. And one thing that I wanted to add link to that, there are local networks. I did a consultancy a couple of years ago. There are local networks of women working on gender-based violence throughout the country. And I think it is important when I say vultures in quotation mark, people tend to come, okay, we're coming and we're bringing our GBV experts, et cetera, et cetera. Well, the experts are in Haiti. They are throughout. Waname, Jeremy, Pestel, tout partout, they are there. So in terms of what is needed, they have the expertise, they know the laws, they are trying to change some of the laws, etc. So I think in terms of looking at what you bring in, it is important to know that the experts are in Haiti. Let us reinforce them. Let's not just bring, your GBV experts from wherever, Canada, whatever. No, thank you. We have them. We need support. Now, I'll say one last thing. The idea of support to homebred or Haitian solutions must be ingrained. It must be in the DNA of whatever is coming to support, to help us. And I must say, Patrick kind of hinted at that. For 3 years, I've lived the international community telling us that the Haitian solution that we propose as the Montana Accord was not good. We wasted 3 years. Could you imagine the number of lives, the number of women and girls raped, the number of people kidnapped? We proposed a solution that would break the mold from this criminal mafia state governance. But they wanted to add ketchup to it. They wanted to add mustard to it. They wanted to add coleslaw to it. They wanted to, and then to make it another Haitian solution, which was not the Haitian solution. We wasted so much time. And if anyone, I dare you, anybody, look at the accord that Patrick talked about, that is being finalized. It is almost copy-pasted from the Montana Accord. Take a look at it, please. Almost copy-pasted. We wasted time. So this idea of, that is the major takeaway from what I'm saying. This idea of Haitian bred, Haitian led, what we're doing, what we know, what we are living. Trust us. We know we're living it. What we need is support. What we need is some financing. What we need is solidarity. But we know what we need. We know. So listen to us. And that is the major takeaway from what I have said in terms of the context. We are underground. We know. So please listen to us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Monique, for your insightful comments. And again, I will not follow this. Sorry. But we'll hear again from Monique on the panel. Now, unfortunately, one of our panelists, Robertson Geffra, Robertson Edouard, sorry, was supposed to be here today, but there's a big snowstorm in Canada. So we're going to have him virtually. So Mr. Edouard is a co-founder of a Centre d'échange et de recherche sur la sécurité et la justice, CRESEJ. So without further ado, Mr. Robertson-Edouard, thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Ariel, for this kind presentation. Allow me, everybody, to start with some words of apology. I did my best to be with you, but unfortunately, Mrs. Nature decided otherwise. I'd like to express my special thanks to all the team of the FD and the co-organizers institutions for this timely and wonderful event. Thank you for this invitation again. It is such a pleasure to be with you to share my perspective on past foreign security interventions in Haiti and examine some lessons learned from precedent experiences that can help in future plans to address challenges such as gang disarmament, pacification efforts, and governance. Let me wrap up once again the context of insecurity in Haiti. Let me recall that the last 2 decades, 2000, 2024 in Haiti, have been particularly marked by violence and insecurity fueled by illegal armed groups and an epidemic gun violence which paralyzed the country's everyday life, hinder economic activities, and break down the 3 powers of the state. Armed groups, drug trafficking rings, and gangs have become entrenched in economic elites and politicians in an unprecedented way. They are taking over more and more territory. They even control Port-au-Prince, the capital. Now, they want merely to grab political power, nothing else. Before this unprecedented collapse, Haiti experienced between 1987 and 2022 3 consecutive generations of security sector reforms. These all 3 did not drive to the expected results. I mean, rule of law, political stability, protection of human rights, and public security. The first generation, going from 1994 to 2004, starts with the return to constitutional order in 1994 under the auspices of the UN and the Organization of the American States. From the government side, they dismantled the army and they instituted the Haitian National Police. The Joint Mission, MICV, wanted to protect human rights by strengthening democratic institutions. I mean, police, by training them and building an independent judicial power institution. The UN, through 5 missions, focused on reinforcing state of law. US priority was the DDR program, disarmament and reintegration, based mainly on a BIPAC campaign and short training program for former soldiers. This generation of security sector reform was a failure because it underestimates the context, did not take into account the current culture of impunity, the insularization of public force, the autocratic and sultanist political culture, and the machist roots of violence, whether it is armed or not. We have gone from an institutional state of violence to a dilution of political violence with a demoralized and discredited police force. The second generation of security sector reform, going from 2004 to 2009 starts with the second court against the President Aristide and the Baghdad operation as a resistance to call for him to coming back. The threat then was political violence. Besides political consensus, judicial solutions were envisioned to tackle the other security issues. The government during this transitional period organized election, focused on election, on DDR program, and on a political consensus. This focus in security intervention was on three priorities: disarmament, stabilization, and strengthening the capacity of the state. When we came back to a constitutional government between 2005 and 2010, the focus was on police and judicial reform to tackle down the problem of armed or criminal groups, international crime linked to political power, regional threat linked to smuggling, drugs, and weapons, and people trafficking across the country's borders and ports. A strategy based on five priorities: disarmament, intelligence, justice governance, resource for judicial sector, and repression of criminality have been put in force. The focus remained on DDR, zero tolerance, and professionalization and organizational strengthening of the Haitian police. Anti-gang operations by well-trained specialized police units like SWAT, CAT team, and so on. The international community intervention was based, for MINUSTAH, UNDP, IOM, UNICEF, was based on under the Chapter 7 and of the UN Charter, based on mainly on public security and order to promote and protect human rights. Their action starts with a multilateral force as a mechanism for armed groups that might want to seize political power or even engage in reprisal against former officials of Aristide government. It continues with a UN peacekeeping mission under the Chapter 7 of the UN Charter. They adopted a multidimensional intervention strategy based on DDR, police intervention, and community violence reduction program. As you can see, for the first and the second generation, the focus is on criminality and political violence. For the second generation, the results remained mixed. But despite all blunders, errors, and shortcomings with the second generation of reforms, the country seemed resolutely committed to the path of democracy and the establishment of the rule of law. Unfortunately, forthcoming general elections and natural disasters have reversed the progress resulting from several years of efforts, sacrifices, compromise, and momentum towards safe communities and the establishment of the rule of law in Haiti. The gangs returned to service during the 2010 elections, and because of their great agency, territorial gangs will evolve towards models that work to maximize their economic and political utility as a criminal enterprise. The last generation of security sector reform go from 2010 to 2022. It was born on the run of the devastating earthquake of January 2010 and the consecutive elections bringing Michel Joseph Martelly at the head of the state. It is in fact the revision of the second generation of security sector reform based on the United Nations traveling models, DDR, CVR, police reform, assistance to Haitian state and organized civil society in the promotion and protection of human rights and rule of law. Again, the results are a disaster. Expectations were higher, the resources and means mobilized more substantial, the challenges more important and fiercer, but the results seem rather disappointing. The Haitian state has been supplanted by the evil forces. What did we learn from these three experiments? Remember, from the 1987 Constitution, Haitian people got the hope that their safety and security will be forever guaranteed. Why then 3 generations of security sector reform failed in Haiti? Why their record of failure and abuses? My hypothesis is that during these 3 experiments, stakeholders have made some critical errors that compromise all the project. Some regard the established diagnosis, others are related to method or intervention approach. We are still on the verge of making the same mistakes with the new proposal to end the crisis made by the UN with the resolution 2699, which governs the multinational mission for security. The same thing with the Global Fragility Act, which seems to nurture the vision of the US for the planet and especially for Haiti, presuming that insecurity is only a national problem, a matter of gangs, economic elites, and corrupted or criminal political actors, while it is, in fact, the result of 3 convergent lines of forces. The first one is a low-intensity war. Mrs. Kleska has talking about it earlier. This low-intensity war is driven by US and Dominican interests. The second line of forces is the international criminal markets and organization for weapons, ammunition, drug traffics. As you can see, these 2 lines of forces are outside the power of Haiti and Haitian people. Only the third one is internal in Haiti. It is the internal dynamics with social, economical, and political roots. The current recommendation, DDR and election, look like sometimes like some guarantees of impunity when they promote immunity and amnesty for former gang members. Once again, solutions are exogenous and imposed to local actors. Sometimes people are consulted, but we do not listen to them. There's no way to have sustainable security and safe communities in Haiti if